most of the time they share away sometimes. Wanjiru, what do you think? President alitangaza juzi watu wapigwe miguu. Tumeona pia piga miguu risasi. Tumeona pia mambo mengi yakifanyika. Tunaona watu wanaitwa tuweze kuzungumza pamoja. Tunaona watu wanabadilisha majina sana wiki iliyopita sana sana. Are we still in the same boat, or we are losing it, or we are singing their song? Because I'm wondering now everybody is called I don't know. Wanjiru.
You didn't even change your name. You'd have been Hillary
Even
Kinuthia.
shida juu sijaelewa.
Hillary Kinuthia. Anyway, I hope everyone is okay. And everything is going well. I today went to check for the prices of the wheelchair and crutches because kidogo will be handicaps. So it's also good to take note of and check the prices of these things. They're quite expensive though.
Ulipata contract eh?
Nilikuwa naangalia in wholesale naweza naweza anzia biashara. Mi ni Mkikuyu, make hay when the sun shines. Anyway, yeah. That apart, I think everything going. I don't want to talk about the dialogue thing because I think that the conclave thing is past the time. We already gave time for Ruto to listen to our demands since last year, and he hasn't listened. I don't understand what else can actually make us love him, or actually also make, like, there is no action plan of a dialogue. So I have already removed dialogue from anything. If you want a dialogue, he can ask me, Wanjiru, what do you Kenyans want? And I will clearly tell him Kenyans want you to resign. I think if I'm the only person, I want him to resign because completely ameshindwa kazi. Today he's blaming our parents. The next day he's blaming us, calling us criminals, treasonous, shoot the legs, become crippled. He doesn't look at himself. So I think this is a person who is suffering a lot from a deity behavior, like a god behavior, which he should actually resign. That apart, I want to talk about the IEBC. I want to talk about the fact that now that we have the IEBC in place, we need to start calling our MPs. We need to start, lighting those signatures. Sijui za Esther Passaris ni ngapi, but I think it's a third of the voters in Nairobi. If a third of us can actually sign, tunatoa Passaris. A third of us sign somewhere else, tunatoa the next. Because what, clearly speaking, they need to go home and we need to teach them a lesson. We need to teach them. Sisi ndio waheshimiwa. Wametukaria sana. How do we call them waheshimiwa when they're actually spitting lies and dividing us on tribal lines? They are not waheshimiwa anymore. We need to let them know it's us who actually hold the power. It's us who actually put you there. So kama hawezi ungana wa impeach Ruto wakiwa wote pamoja, alafu sisi, we shall actually do that. So my point is, if we can actually start from next week to impeach people, to impeach the MPs, if you start from next week, this is going to, maybe the lawyers akina Wanjera, I don't know any other lawyer here who can actually help us in trying to figure out tutaanzia wapi kuimpeach hawa, si sababu ni mpaka lini tutaanza kulia, until when with the pressure is already there. We have already agreed to co-anarchist. We have already, but now coming to our parents to tell them, parents, you are now bad people, you're inciting your children to go to the streets. Hiyo ni kazi gani? Yeye watoto wake wakiendeza wakichukua bodaboda, inaitwaje, wakichukua hizo mathri, nani anamuuliza? Time has come. So guys, I think tukianzia next week correct those signatures, teach akina Passaris and others lessons. Let's start that. So mi mambo ya IBC naweza tu sema tuanze kulicall our thing, na mambo ya Raila na Conclave dialogue is, I'm not boarding kabisa. I'm not boarding. And also tusikwe watu wa kukua opportunistic people that sasa utaona akina watu wawili wanne wameenda kusema let us do the conclave thing, let us do the dialogue. I'm representing youths, you are representing us as who? Anyway, nimenyamaza. Thank you.
Asante sana Wanjiru. Thank you so much for that. And yep. So action point, you're saying that let us check, and also, if possible, we recall the MPs these leaders that we elected. And I think the constitution allows that. It's only that sometimes we don't read the constitution. And it is important for us also to be aligned with the constitution. Let us not wait people to interpret to us, but let us also understand what we're doing. So before we go to the road, it is important. Before we act on these things, it is important. Before we change our name, Wanjiru, Masama ni change Kinuthia, I should understand this thing so that I do something that I understand. And that's where we are. We need to be in the point that we know what we're doing. If we are not, then we'll sing their song. And that is so unfortunate. Then our meeting here will be nonsense and also be useless, wasting a lot of time. But we need to be a people who understand. But the question is, are we still singing the same song or we are singing their song? Because when we started all these things, you started that we are leaderless, partyless, tribeless, and everything. Where are we heading to? Are we still there or there's something changing? Wanjira, how are you doing? Long time.
Hello, Hillary. Hi, everybody in the space. I'm all right.
Yeah, as you come in, Wanjira, also, thank you for coming in. I think we are also, to Hillary's question, just a follow up, and we are in the middle of a dialogue with. So I would say dialogue with no accountability is not a reconciliation, it's a political laundering. And Kenya does not need more dialogue. It needs the enforcement of the law, an end to impunity, and justice for victims. So my question is, do you genuinely believe we need a national dialogue to stop abduction, to stop police shooting, to stop corruption, when the constitution is already clear and the law is sufficient? Is it really the lack of political will and accountability from those in power? If so, this dialogue, is it a tool to deflect justice and to delay the people's demand? Thank you, Asante Sana. Always good to hear your voice. Karibu.
Well, Asante Sana, Abdi. Well, I really don't think I am 100% sure we do not need to sit down for us to end police brutality, for us to uphold the Constitution of Kenya 2010. There's nothing we could possibly go say to Raila or to anybody who's convening us for a dialogue that we have not already said. We have been very loud and clear. When Albert Ojwang was killed, the whole nation demanded that we need this insanity to stop. Today, Julia has been killed by police in a police cell in a similar manner that Albert Ojwang was killed. So I feel like we are increasingly existing in extra constitutional times. And I feel that it is now our responsibility, our collective responsibility, to completely ignore Raila's call for dialogue and push and push and push for the implementation of the Constitution. My biggest worry is us sliding into an active dictatorship where our Constitution has been suspended. Because I think that is where Ruto is pushing us to. I think he's driving us crazy with all of this killing so that we could organize ourselves and come out again. Killings happen, and then a state of emergency, and then the Constitution is suspended. And now he rules and rules and rules. Even 2027, as that MP from Anaitwaje, MP? Kuria, Moses Kuria, coming to say he does not think we will be having elections in 2027. The other woman rep saying that in 2027, they're going to steal these resources. I mean, these votes.
Are you guys getting the speaker?
Are you not getting me?
Yes, Captain, we can hear Wanjira. Just wait, we can hear. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought there was no network. So I'm saying that I think our biggest fight right now is to push for the implementation of the Constitution and for the institutions that we have to work independently. I'm very concerned about how the judiciary is being used as a tool to muzzle the young people, to criminalize the young people, to punish the young people in an already hard economic moment. Now young people are being forced to pay bails of 200,000, 50,000, which is not, I mean, people are jobless. People are coming to the streets because they want systems to work, because they want the economy of the country to work. So the judiciary is complicit in creating the dictatorship of William Samoei Ruto. And we need to demand that the judiciary upholds the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We need to demand that IPOA. They have really made us lose hope in all of these institutions. We do not understand how they're bending to the will of William Samoei Ruto, who is supposed to be upholding the Constitution. In the question about being leaderless and disorganized, personally, I think it's time for us to reflect. I think it's time for us to change tactic. I think it's time for us to get organized. I think it's time for us to institute the seed that has been birthed the past year and this year to be instituted for long-term change of this country, because we are not just looking at 2027. We are looking to actually change the political field of the country long-term, to uproot this neo-colonial system that is so deeply rooted. But I have a lot of hope in this generation and what's going on. But if we do not get it organized, if we do not get clarity of our people from the ground up, we might be tribeless, but some people are still very tribal. I'm very concerned about the brewing vigilante groups in our communities. In Mathare, I can tell you for sure, people are preparing for violence in 2027. So if we do not decentralize all of our efforts to that community, basic community level, one, fight the premeditated violence of 2027, fight for the implementation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and birth a new organizing of young people, a new political organizing. I think it's time for us to go back to the drawing board. We don't have to go to the streets and face these cops who will shoot us in the leg. I mean, it's a presidential decree. But we have to use other avenues: art, music, film, political grounding, community centers, etc., etc. Yeah, I think that would be my submission today. And I want to thank you for always hosting this space. I always come and listen in. It's always so nice to get where Kenyans are, what Kenyans are thinking. I love that we remain defiant. I love that we remain patriotic. I love that we remain fearless in the face of this burgeoning dictatorship of William Ruto that will be defeated. Asante sana.
Asante sana Wanjira for that, and thank you so much for your submission. Thank you for coming, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. I see many requests, KT, I see you, and many people. Thank you so much for joining this evening as we discuss the state of the nation, the series that we're running, and we'll run it and run it. Let's talk. How are you doing? Good evening. Before I give the dawn.
Thank you so much, Hilary and Wanjira. Thank you for coming in to contribute. And all the learned friends in the house, thank you so much. And I think what I want to reiterate is that we are unorganized, very well organized, but I feel we are stagnant. Where are we moving or headed to? Because if we keep on saying we need to impeach people, what steps are we taking to finalize on whatever that you're planning to do? What are we doing as a people, that this big organized young people? If we say that let's start the impeachment process, who are the people that you're putting in the forefront to start the process? Do we have MPs working on our behalf? Yeah, do we have like the Babu Owinos that are very well spoken in parliament? Are they part of this group that if we say let's start the impeachment process, maybe even to impeach the president, who is that person to pass the motion in parliament? And if we say let's remove the MPs as the people, because we the people have the power too, who are these guys drafting the laws or drafting the documents that we can all show up and sign? At what point, at county level, at sub-county level, where do we get these forms to impeach these people? I think that's where we need to start. How do we forge our way forward? Because I think we are just stagnant, doing nothing, but we have a lot of energy. We are voicing our disappointment out. But again, up to when? Up to when are we going to talk about the same thing over and over again without taking action? I think what we are lacking is being people of action. And that's the weakness that Ruto has realized. Very soon, he's going to numb our pain. And he has actually realized that these people, you kill this person today, you go on street, the following day, another young Kenyan is killed. Ultimately, what he's achieved is that he has successfully numbed our pain. So what is remaining to do? He can actually work on our nets without even without us raising anything. The much he can do is go to the street, destroy properties, come back home. Life continues as usual. What are these things that we are taking to make sure that even the MPs who are not on our side we can impeach them. Those MPs who can actually file a motion in parliament to impeach the president, who are these people that you can support as the Kenyans, like the Babu Owino? How can we support these people such that we can put pressure on our representatives, like our representative, wherever that you come from, you have a representative. Can you put pressure on them? If they don't do as we wish, let us impeach that person. I think what we need is action, action, action. So let's hear of how do we begin the process of impeachment? How do we begin the process of now selecting or appointing these MPs who will act on our behalf? Thank you so much, Hillary, and I give the floor to the rest of the members.
All right, Don could pick it up.
Hillary, hi, good evening, and good
Hi,
evening,
good evening,
everyone
long
here.
time. How are you doing? You're long
I'm,
time.
I'm okay. I'm from yesterday. I was in that town where they killed the young girl. That's my home county, number 2. I have 3 counties, and I can tell you, we. I don't think there was looting on the day the girl was arrested. But there's always something I love saying. I can see Chacha here, my neighbor. There's something I love saying. The police kill you because they can, and you will do nothing about it. Today morning, there was a very interesting story in South Africa where the head of police was actually warning the minister of police that the minister of police is in charge of goons in his country. I think you need to look at that area and you see we are not alone. But now, that's said and done. There are 2 things we need to actually look at seriously. Some of us are in business. We are not activists, but we are active citizens. There are others who are activists. So when we raise our voices, for them, they'll do it full time. That doesn't mean that you're fighting from different sides. No, you're all looking for the same thing. The active citizen, who most likely runs a business or is employed, is looking for a better conducive environment to do business and to even live in. I want to correct my friend Wanjira, long time. We don't have any MP on your side. You have none. Don't lie to yourself. Our parliament is made up of jackals who are only on your side right now because you're fighting someone, but they're technically not on your side. If there was on your side even one, even that Babu, you're mentioning, how many censure motions has he brought in parliament since he got in against police brutality, against the judicial overreach? Because we have to be factual. The biggest crisis we have in our country is everyone thinking that the biggest problem we have is Ruto must go. That's not the biggest crisis you have. Anyone telling you Ruto must go is the biggest crisis or the biggest achievement you'll have in 2027 is just lying that you'll move from a forest full of jackals to another forest full of hyenas. You're not helping in the situation. You need to ask yourself, when that lady was shot in Nanyuki, Ruto has nothing to do with it, but the cop knows the DPP will be on his side, the judges will be on his side, so he cares less. So we need to ask ourselves, and I have put 4 points, my friend. Number 1 is 2027. Do we even know that not every Kenyan can actually be a leader? I've had every Tom, Dick, and Harry saying, I want to run, I want to run. Some of us can't be leaders, but we can support good people to actually run for office. Have we thought about those people and who they are? Secondly, if Ruto goes right now, the crisis I've always asked people, are we ready for a military government? Are we ready for a commission? Or are we ready for a Kindiki presidency? Those are things we need to ask ourselves. Even if he goes and we agree we are going to have a government of national unity, are we ready for another Raila handshake? Because a government of national unity, truth be told, if Ruto decides to go tomorrow, believe you me, among the top 3 leaders of your country, Raila will be there making decisions. Right now you're saying he's bad. He's in the Uhuru side, in the Ruto side. But should there be a government of national unity, he holds sway to a lot of people in our country. So he'll be there. Your country, not your country, your world has had about 8 activists who ran for office and won against a backdrop of dictators. How did they perform? They didn't perform well because we didn't have systems. So you need to ask yourself in your very small way, like what Nani asked, she's called who? Let's talk. If you come from a certain area and there's a mess in that sector, look for a way of holding those people in that sector accountable individually. That policeman who shot Mr. Boniface in town is going to most likely be in jail for 30, 40 years alone. If you watched yesterday the murder series by that guy called Branod Obuya, there's a gentleman who is in jail for shooting in 2007, and the others were left to go. So ask yourself individually, what are you doing? I'll even give you a better good example. My third point, we do not have credible elected leaders. Your MCAs are contractors in the county government. They are not there to pass laws to help you. Your MPs are contractors in the CDF. They're not in parliament to help you pass laws. So when we say any of them is on your side, what law are they passing? This is what you need to do. Number one, you need to push accountability individually. I've seen here we have 300 and something people. Go to your local area. Find out the abuse that is happening either in CDF or in the MCA. Take charge. Don't even sue the government. I always tell people the worst mistake you can do is sue the government. Sue individually. Right now, guys, are you aware that Japheth Koome is in court because of abuse of power last year? Hayuko hapo kama police commissioner. Ako hapo kama Japheth Koome peke yake. If there's an evil thing that is happening anywhere, personally, I'm in the pending bills world, and we have cases that are already active, where we are suing individual chief officers for ensuring that payments were not done. Now, there's no way the governor will come and say, you're attacking me. No. The governor is not an accounting officer. There's an accounting officer. Sue that one. If we did that and understood our system, it will work. The starting point now, guys, as I wind up, we have over 13 by-elections. Let us get sober people to those elections. And by that, don't say about political parties. 2027 will be won by whoever will have the greatest say in the June 25th movement, not political party. So right now, as you're rushing towards the 12 by-elections happening for MCA and MPs, get guys who are pro-June 25th movement, to not for any political party, to run. And then Hillary, come December this year, launch a website, and this website should list every Kenyan running for a seat in 2027. Acha watu wawaone na waanze kuwapiga viboko mapema. Kwa hayo machache, today we have a hashtag for Julia. You should thank God you're not a hashtag. So every day when you wake up, thank God for two things: that you're not poor, and secondly, that you're not a hashtag. Otherwise, you're most likely right now we'll be speaking on this pod space. Then tomorrow one of us is a hashtag. That nonsense we should do away with. God bless you guys. We have a great country. Let's protect it, but let's protect it soberly.
Thank you so much, Don, and I'll keep in touch. Thank you. I really have that. Wanjira gonna give you before the response, but let me give you Chacha. Chacha, say something. Then Joe, Wanjira, I'll give you something to respond. KT, I see you. Happy to see you, man. Chacha, go ahead.
Asante sana. Today I'm called Chacha Njoroge Mwai. Not today, for the last 1 week or so. In solidarity with the my brothers. I live with them here in Lokabete. So when they became the target, I felt the need to find a name that will actually make me identify myself with them, with my neighbors.
But on that point, Chacha, as you come in, yeah, I know you. I don't want to go away with your thought process, but with that, do you think that it is a certain trouble is being targeted because we are seeing coal comrades are dying, all over, and this is now where I'm coming from. Are we still where we started, or we are changing our songs to their song?
I think what happened, especially after the what was called the looting, is that there are people from different political circles who labeled this as people from a particular region or from a particular ethnic community. And I think that really was to sort of distract us from the bigger picture that people are fighting for in this republic, and therefore the need for us to reject that narrative. Before I do my submission, I want to identify fully with the submission by Ms. Nerima. The biggest weak link in this country that we've had for the longest time is political parties. And Nerima said personality. So political parties in this country, they're centered around personalities. And that's why you see when Moi left the stage, Kanu died. we can barely name any member of parliament who came into office under the umbrella of KANU. When Kibaki came into office under NAC, he was under DP. Right now, DP does not have even a single member of parliament. And then PNU, who even remembers PNU? We move forward, we find TNA. TNA, I don't know whether TNA has a member of parliament. And then we came to Jubilee. Jubilee has a few here and there, some sprinkling. One thing I'm sure of is that UDA will not form the next government. It might come in as a different party with the same individuals, but UDA as a political party will not form the next administration. Now, political parties in this country, in my understanding, is that first of all, I think before I go to the political parties, we as Kenyans, we stand at a we have very critical issues to address as a people and as a country when it comes to democracy. And political parties, as I have said, they have become a weak link, and the voters have become accomplices in sustaining the broken system. And now politicians are very, very bright, at least in our country, where they have now exploited poverty, they have exploited violence and bribes to retain power, while the citizens, as always get the short end of the political stick. Now, although we are desperate as our people for change in this country, we have repeatedly elected the wrong leaders. But there is some sort of hope, I will say. Reform is possible, yes, but through the ballot, with lessons learned from all over the world. I must say that if you were to ask ODM, what is their ideology? What is their view on, for example, very controversial issues like maybe homosexuality and something like that? They will not be in a position to say. In fact, you can take UDA manifesto and change the name to ODM and it will be ODM's manifesto. Now, what am I trying to say in many words? Is that we as the people who actually have the political rights to elect, we need to really sort of look at the people who are vying for various positions from the county level to the national level and see their history. Are people who have been defending human rights? Are these people who have been calling for accountability or transparency? How vocal are they about this particular matter? How passionate are they? We have community mobilizers. Why don't we give them a chance, even if it's at the county level, so that we avoid these politicians who they have been in the political corridors for the longest time to enrich themselves and loot, and they know that once they leave office, nobody's going to come for the loot. That is one thing that we really need to think about as a people. But much as I agree that we are faceless, tribeless, and leaderless, it's high time, in my opinion, that this energy is translated into deliverables. Why don't we have a caucus for Meru region, for example, talking about the same issue? Another caucus in Migori, where there is violence every day. I come from Migori personally, so I say this because I think you saw a clip, I think it was in Nyanza, where somebody has a machete in a political rally. I mean, and this is tolerated. We need to have punishment for those who either as commandeers or foot soldiers or organizers of political violence. They need to face serious sanctions that nobody is going to think about political violence anymore going forward. But even as we have this conversation, and I was having this conversation with a few guys here where I live, what are the chances that William Ruto will be the president next year and come 2027? It's 50%. It's either he's going to be the president or not. And as a Kenyan, and knowing my fellow Kenyans very well, especially the average voter, who is very forgetful, only comes second to Awatok. Some of them, not all of us, and I mean no insult at all. These guys have been looting the country dry. what is likely to happen, and as we speak about the state of the nation, in my opinion, is that come 2026 and 2027, when they read that budget, these guys are likely to roll out a very robust and aggressive welfare state. For example, they may wake up and tell you that there is no school fees anymore going forward. A voter somewhere in Kinango will forget the pains of 4 years or the pains of 3 years and say, yes, this guy told us he's going to deliver and now he's delivering. Now, that is something that we need to really be careful about, because they are not fools either. I mean, to think that UDA and the president and the circles are stupid is actually to delude ourselves. We might have built some synergies so far, but I'm starting to begin to think that that there is some sort of fatigue which is cropping in. And remember, and I've said this before in other fora, that systems rarely die. They tend to reinvent themselves. I will not be surprised when even the most, the critics of this administration, when shit hits the fan, they will jump. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you as you land. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. They're likely to jump ship and join the other movement, call it a coalition or whatever. But the motive will be primarily to retain that power. Now, Nerima and the other people who have been very vocal here, why don't people actually consider running for positions? And I know they might not have the financial muscle to bankroll it, but at the very minimum, if we have an agenda that we want to achieve, and the agenda we want to achieve for this republic is a country that obeys rule of law, a country that upholds constitutionalism, a country that enforces transparency and accountability. If that's what we want, and we know the people in parliament right now, even at the county level, even where I come from in the county level, why don't we give those people an opportunity? So the way forward, given that there are quite a number of speakers here, it's that we need to start now translating this conversation to something that can have, in the near term and the long term, results that will be measured and can be seen by having as many people who represent the people in literal sense at the legislature, be it at the county or the national level. Because the gatekeepers, in this case, the legislators, will determine what bills comes to the floor, what budget goes through, so that at the end of the day, we are able to get people who are the people's voices, hoping that they will not also be bought. That's my thinking on how we can go about this. Otherwise, they are also planning, they're also strategizing, and they might outwit us in a way. So to think that we have control of everything is one thing, but to actually deliver, it's another thing. Thank you very much. I will be contributing much later.
Thank you so much, Chacha, for your thought and also that one. And I'm requesting, we have so many requests. If you can quickly have contribute on the same and also give way forward, will be very, very important. Always very, very important is very good unto us. Everybody's now muted. Please don't mute everybody. Thank you so much.
Wanjira, right? It's coming.
Wanjira, there's something you want to respond to before I give somebody else? Yes.
Yeah, also as you bring her, Hillary, I think I agree with the speaker, Chacha and Wanjira earlier. For years, I think the political elites have weaponized our tribes to divide us, distract us. But that era is ending now, what I believe. Today, we must say loud and clear, the way Chacha said, we are all Kikuyus, we are all Luos, we are all Kalenjins, we are all Kamba or whatever, because that unites us far stronger than what they used to divide us. I think this moment is not about ethnicity. It's about justice, dignity, and freedom. I think the real struggle is not between tribes, it's between the people and a broken system. I think those in power keep rotating blames, saying the opposition, the clergy, the NGO, back to opposition, but never look inward. We must fully debunk the tribal narrative, stop the profiling. This uprising is generational, it's not tribal, it's about shared pain, a shared purpose. The people are awake. We are not going back to the politics of fear and division. we are one. We are all Kenyans. Asante sana.
Wow, asante sana. I completely agree with him. We can only have politics of issues, politics of implementing the constitution, politics of social justice. Kenyans are tired of this petty, tribal politics that do not improve our lives. And for a long time, I think politics has been seen as a game. It has not been seen as a way of improving the lives of Kenyans. That is why when they are campaigning, they sell us the most beautiful ideas of changing our lives. But when they are actually in power, they are giving orders of shoot them in the leg. They're ridiculous. So my comrade earlier, I don't think you had heard me correctly. I don't remember mentioning any member of parliament, Babu Owino, but I want to support the campaign that is going on of visiting MPs in their homes, in their offices, and having a one-on-one as voters and our representative. If anything, it is to keep the constitution alive and going. Comrades, we have to defend the constitution. I strongly feel that it is already extra-constitutional times, already unconstitutional times. So if we do not keep making noise about the implementation of the constitution, we could slide into further dictatorship. Yeah, I think that's what I have to submit for now. Comrade, I did not say Babu Owino. I don't have any faith in that institution. Parliament was captured. Parliament was hijacked. The IEBC is the other institution that gives me a lot of stress, to be honest. Because if the IEBC cannot be trusted by the Kenyan people, how then do we vote to safeguard our future? How then do we bring about this much needed change? How do we move ahead? It makes us feel very stuck. But some people are saying an IEBC is better than an IEBC that we have right now is better than no IEBC at all. So we can use it to recall some of these members of parliament and start making use of it. Yeah. Back to you, Hillary.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anjira. And be there. Actually, there's a boy came here. There's a Gen Z came here that there's a young people who are now are in court, are in jail, and or they're in cells, but their cases is not going on well. I'm still looking for him and following that story so that we can see what we can do for these young people to be released as soon as we can and with correct charges, because their charges also some are being their charges are not clear. We want to know all these things, and we want to know the police station they are, and we'll send comrades there to make sure that they're out. They're out because they're allowed to be out. All right, Albert, go ahead. Then Joe Wagashiku. Albert, how are you doing? Long time.
Fine, thank you, Hillary. It's been a while, but I'm also appreciative of the platform and the conversation that has been rolled, definitely. It's always timely to talk about governance and definitely governance of the home country, Kenya. It's first I want to say, of course, I also join in calling the government out on the police brutality and, of course, the tough stance that have been taken by the government in dealing with the current situation. I think this is not an ideal way of course, governance, an ideal way of looking for sober solutions for the future. However, I want to also point that I feel like the well-orchestrated movement that was started in last year has now been totally infiltrated by the political class. The political class is now carrying or leading the dialogue. It's no longer the Gen Z leading the dialogue. I'll want to start by blaming one person. I don't want to. Yeah, I'll want to blame Raila as an institution. So not him like personally, but I want to blame him as an institution. Raila has represented opposition leadership for the last years that I know. I think since I was a young toddler until now, he's represented Kenyan political opposition. But during this time, he fought for multi-party, and we really acknowledge this, and we acknowledge that he built for democracy in Kenya. But until this time, the democracy has not really shifted and has not been experienced outwardly. And what we are seeing is Raila failed to mentor a strong opposition. And now we are seeing a situation where the Gen Z now, or there is no opposition, and now the Gen Z actually, or the current generation is seeing the loopholes of accountability. They're seeing, there's, of course, they make the majority of the population. And now they're also asking for accountability from the government. So the government has failed. And now Ruto has taken over Raila definitely. And by taking him over, it means that he's taking the presidency plus now the opposition, the leader of opposition. So they're all in one segment. So definitely we are left without a sound opposition. Why I mean a sound opposition, what I mean is political party funding. I think some members have also spoke about political party funding. All political parties that get 5% of the vote are funded. So what it means is in Kenya currently, only UDA, ODM, and Jubilee are funded, like a bigger share of the money. So they're funded from the population, from the taxpayers' money. So we should be demanding for accountability from ODM the same way we demand for accountability from the ruling party. We should be demanding for accountability from Jubilee the same way we demand accountability from the ruling party. And now we are saying UDA and ODM are in bed together, so we don't have an opposition, or we have Wiper or all these other small parties that are really not funded according to the constitution, but we still want them to advocate for us in parliament, or advocate for us or put the government into check. I think that's where we lose it a bit. I feel like we should, for me, where we should be going is bring the threshold down, then ask more people, ask more youth to form parties and go for elections. Through that, then the threshold will be down. They'll be funded as political parties. We'll have broadened our democracy and our political space. Then they will have the power to actually transverse, do civic education, or actually make their voices heard on the ground. As things are now, there's no money for X and X, youth X and X to go on the ground, because money is solely being issued to ODM. It's being issued to UDA. It's being issued to Jubilee, and the political figures there are still Ruto, are still Raila, are still Uhuru Kenyatta. That's why Uhuru Kenyatta will walk on the street and they'll say, "Oh, stop," and make a speech, such a thing. So we see politicians as gods because these are the only parties that have the majority. Albert? Hillary, you can't hear me anymore?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I just want I wanted to bring this about political party funding. Let's maybe drop the threshold. I want to maybe leave it at that so we can enter into a discussion. For the next election, before we go to the for elections, let there be an amendment, let the threshold be brought down. Otherwise, we'll be asking youths to form political parties and go for elections. They will not hit the 5% threshold. They'll not be funded for the next 5 years, and they'll be gone. You will not, hatutaskia tena Abdi Dida ama hatutaskia Wajakoya, because then they're also trying to survive. So what happens is they get swallowed by the big political parties, and that's what we saw Ruto do the moment he got into power. He swallowed all the small parties that were in different regions. And we will see this continue to happen if at all we don't bring the threshold down, allow party discipline that people, and also I think for me that's also advancing the democracy that has been fought for over time. Then we will see youths remaining disciplined in their parties, then advocating for youth, for the accountability or for the right leadership that we require. If we have enough numbers in parliament who can sway votes, It's not a must we have a majority, but even enough numbers that can actually sway votes or can sway in parliament, that's enough to actually push the government to make decisions in different directions. I'll want to just put that point into consideration. Asante.
Thank you, thank you. Before we go, I think there are a lot of people who cannot get access to the mic. There's a lot of questions. I'll just read a few. Ronyo has given us the 5 ways to recall an MP on the comment section. We have Wanjira, problem of being organized with leadership. Leaders are easily compromised. And I have a question for who now? There was also a question in regards to the comment section. We have a question for Wanjira and Nerima. Anthony, you can also come in if you want. The question is, in the light of the repeated cycle of dialogue that yield no justice, what concrete accountability measures can we push for beyond the political statements to ensure those responsible for police brutality, corruption, economic sabotage are finally held to account? And the follow-up question from this reader is, what is the bare minimum Kenyans should accept from any national dialogue if it happens, or if it happens at all? Is it the time we set non-negotiable conditions before entering into another round of talks? That question comes to you, to Wanjira. Asante sana. Over to you, Hillary. Hillary, you can hear me? Anthony, your hand was up, so go ahead then.
Yes, I think we need to come to terms with, we've made a lot of progress. That's number one. When we started this thing in June 2024, the moment you mentioned a structure, people would actually remove you from the speaker panel. Fast forward to today. Just to answer Albert and everyone else, young people have already taken charge of the Kenya they want. Today we had young people in Kimilili with the former Chief Justice Maraga speaking to the youth, urging the youth that the change we want will be delivered by us, not by them. Expecting Raila Odinga and Ruto and that entire mix, concoction of people to effect the changes we want is a pipeline dream. It will never come to pass. We can sit down and do everything, it will never come to pass. We had another group of young people who are, I think, working with Senator Okiya Omtata. They were in Meru. There's nowhere you see Okiya Omtata. You see young people talking to young people and other Kenyans. So when we come to this story of funding and how do we build a political formation, a political formation is not only built on money, it is also built on the human resource. Okay? Where young people believe that, and other Kenyans come and say, the Kenya we want will be delivered by us. And even if I don't have 1 million shillings, I don't have 10 million shillings, I still have my voice. So we have what is called a butterfly effect, where people are caucusing and now are starting to say, these are the people we want to elect as leaders. So slowly but surely, a structure is forming. We have young people coalescing around Maraga. We have another group of young people coalescing around Okiya Omtata. We have young people now going down to the grassroots now. So this conversation now is moving from spaces, from TikTok, now to the ground. Okay, and as we go, these formations of young people, soon you'll be hearing that there were young people in one day, which I'll have a group of young people in Meru, Mombasa, Kirinyaga, Embu, Machakos, Wajir, speaking in one voice and saying, these are the changes we are saying, this is what we were agitating for, and these are the candidates we are proposing to you. So, is there change? Yes. Is it slow? Yes. But that is how you have permanent and long-lasting change. It's a slow but sure way, and we are getting there, and we shall get there together.
Asante sana, Anthony, always. Thank you. Let's go to, let's hear, before we come back to you, Wanjira, let's go to Joe, and then to Linus, and then to Bonnie and Ronyo in that order, and then we go to Amos. Asante. The mic is yours, Joe. Joe, can you hear me? Okay, Linus, pick it up.
Hello. Thank you so much, Abdi. Thank you so much, Hilary. It's been a long time since I attended this space. I hope I'm audible enough.
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to be very brief in my contribution. I've had several speakers before me make their contribution, but I want to go straight to what I always say. The major problem that we have in this country is leadership without character. That has been my song for over 1 year now. That is our main problem. So at times I fall short of blaming our members of parliament. However much that they've abdicated their duties, they have fallen short of the call. But I think the main problem lies on leadership without character. And as I always say, I don't know what magic always happens, whether it's magic or voodoo, that we are always very sharp throughout the year. But come the election days, like we leave our brains on our beds and we walk in the flesh and go cast our votes to the wrong characters. Now, coming to the subject of matter of the day, I think I want to agree with what Wanjiru said, that we need to organize. The time has come that we need to organize. The reason why the current administration, the regime is having headache, to some advantage, is the lack of an opposition party in parliament. If there were a serious opposition party in parliament, given that the entire parliament as a house has been compromised, even that opposition party could have been compromised. But it's not easy to compromise people on the streets. And that's the major headache for the current regime. My take is this: to contemplate about impeaching Ruto, it will be an exercise in futility. I think we need to forge ahead and mobilize ourselves and plan accordingly for 2027. Because impeachment, we know what the law demands. It demands numbers in parliament, the same parliament that has been compromised. I have had one-on-one discussion with Babu Owino on the same, and he says it's not possible. Because even if he comes up with a private member motion on police brutality and overreach, the parliament has got the House Business Committee. The House Business Committee prioritizes the business of the House per every transaction, per every session. So even if you put it to the House Business Committee, you still won't see the light of the day. So at times, if you are clever enough, if you have some little wisdom, it's not good to act in futility. So my take is this: we need to organize ourselves in a way that we ensure that we get the numbers. We already have the numbers, but now we need to go deep down and mobilize people out. Thank God now there's an IBC. The issue of recalling members of parliament, I think the best lesson that we can serve this country is to vote out members of parliament en masse come 2027. Because I'm very certain that people will be compromised midway. It's not easy to compromise a national movement, but it's more easier to compromise a constituency. I have tried to discuss some of these matters with my local member of parliament, that is Kisumu Central. But he says that there's not much they can do. There's not much they can do in the context that they follow the boss. And the boss here is Baba. And now coming to Baba, Baba is calling for a conclave. I don't know what exactly he means. But my challenge to the ODM party or Baba or the ODM membership or leadership is, before they even call for a conclave, they need to take stock of what has transpired from the time they inked that MOU with UDA. They realize that that MOU is as good as dead, because whatever has been realized or whatever has materialized out of that MOU is nothing, absolutely nothing. It's a good score of an E. So before they call for a conclave, for people to sit and talk, they need to take stock as well. And we as the people, I thank God, because as Wanjiru always puts it, the moment we lose our fear, they lose their power. So we need not to backtrack. The only thing we need to do is to change tact. Because it's very sad that every morning, every day you get up, there's a hashtag, there's a Kenyan trending. In this country, in this 21st century, our leaders, under quotes, can sit or can make a debate two matters which should not come across any right-thinking leader, that in this age and time, we can be engulfed in discussing tribalism and killing. That leaders sit somewhere and say, we need to shoot them. That someone comes up with an idea that tries to isolate a particular tribe. What exactly are they trying to do? They're trying to take us back to the yesteryears where the tribal card worked, not realizing that the generation we are in today is a generation that is informed, it's a generation that is educated, it's a generation that has got nothing to lose but to attain the best that we want for our country. Because if someone can come up and start saying that it's 41 against 1, is 42 against 1, that a leader stands up and talks to the people of Central, the people of the mountain, the people of the mountain. That has been the song each and every day. Yet, if you check police brutality, those who lose their lives, they are not only from the Central Kenya. They cut across the whole country. So the whole country is bleeding. And whatever pain that someone, a resident of Central Kenya goes through, I go through the same pain. So we have a leadership that has lost it. And if you want to know that the leadership, the current regime has lost it, if you have a leader, or if you are a parent who blames your father for your tribulations today, then tomorrow you blame your mother. The next day you blame your wife. The following day you blame your child. The next week you blame your grandchildren. Then what type of person are you? What do you harbor as a leader? Because I believe in moments of crisis is the moment that we should see leadership. But Ruto has lost it. He lost the golden opportunity to show his leadership credentials, to show us that he can maneuver and he can steady this ship. He has lost it. And so the only option that we have as a people is to mobilize ourselves and ensure that come 2027, we have the numbers to vote this regime out. Me, that is my take. We should not engage into sideshows of trying to, I don't know, get him impeached, I don't know, recall members of parliament. Let us mobilize and get this thing done once and for all. Because if we fail to do that, then we are going to hurt more. At times, I don't want even to apportion blame on Raila Odinga because nobody mentored him. Raila Odinga saw a space, saw a vacuum, he jumped into it, and he ran away with it. So nobody prevents anybody from coming up because there's a vacuum. And the vacuum in this country is a vacuum of leadership. Yeah. And the best way that we can give them, the best lesson that will pinch them forever is to vote them out en masse and ensure that even as we vote them out en masse, whatever we put in is not garbage. Because we cannot do an exercise in futility of voting out garbage and putting in garbage. So that is my take. I want us to keep the fire burning in the context that
Okay, I can hear Linus. Joe, pick it up.
Thank you, Abdi. I think we lost Linus.
day and do nothing about it. These people have realized that Gen Zs and the millennials. I ask
Linus,
myself,
land,
I'm landing.
we are on and off.
I'm landing, sir. I'm landing, sir.
Thank you.
If you notice each and every day, even our parents are getting jittery, are getting wary of this regime. So my challenge is to all of us to play our part and make sure that we bring the changes we need. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. As before we bring in Joe, I think we already talked about also the NATCO report was nothing about but a political window dressing meant to calm the storm, not to cure the disease. Dialogue in this context is nothing. It is tired ritual used to buy time, dilute demands, protects the status quo. Gen Z isn't out here begging for seats or sound bites. They're rejecting the entire script. What they want is justice for the fallen, an end to police brutality, accountability for the looters, complete overhaul of our system built on betrayal, no more handshakes, no more elite They are people not. The people are not confused. They are just done. Asante sana. The mic is yours. Before we bring in Nerima and Wanjiru to respond, Joe, and then to Amos, and then to Ronyo. The mic is yours. Joe, you can hear me? Okay, pick it up, Ronyo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ronyo.
Thank you, Abdi, for the mic. You can hear?
Yes.
Santi. Thank you so much. I appreciate. My take is first before I give my submission. There was a guy, I think it was called the Don. I think he was the one who said Angiras was the one talking about Babu, but I think somebody who mentioned Babu, it was Let's Talk, and she was saying that there are those MPs who are supporting. There are those MPs who are showing. I mean, who are coming up like Sifuna and Babu and trying to support the movement, and we cannot shut them down. And I think there are people who are doing deliberately pretending to be with the movement, but they are supporting the government. And most of them, they will come here, give a fake narrative, and then drop and disappear. Somebody coming to say a big grateful that you're not the second, you're not a hashtag. So such people, we should not entertain them, because the people who have died, who have been brutally killed by the police, they are somebody's son, brother, daughter, husband, and there should be a respect to life. And if somebody is saying that let's just be grateful because you're not a hashtag, it is very disrespectful of the people who have sacrificed for the whole country. So such people, they are idiots. I'm sorry to say that. And also, I'm sorry. I think it is Linus who was saying that us saying that we should recall the MPs is sideshow. It is not sideshow. We will do whatever it is. In our mind, Kasongo is impeached. In our mind, all those MPs have been recalled. So it is not sideshow. We will try every move that is possible, because as long as they are staying in that house, those people they're just like scarecrows. They are just there. They're not doing anything. They are just squandering our taxes. We are paying them every month. Every month we are paying them. It is our money. It is our taxes. When they are going to open a tap, and you look at how much they have spent, billions of money, you compare a tax, and somebody is showing us a huge land of wheat that is personal. That is your business. Why do we have to see what you've planted? When Galana Kularu, the project failed, and billions of money that is public fund disappeared. So when we don't people are going through a lot, when we have some government sympathizers who are coming here to gaslight or trying to sell fear, that pray that you are not the next to be a hashtag. That is nonsense. People have died, and those people they are parents to somebody, and it is painful to see people who are trying. Somebody like Raila saying that we should have a dialogue. Dialogue with who? Are you going to resurrect the people who have died so that we can have a dialogue? Somebody has killed some people, and they are saying enough is enough, and you're saying we should have a dialogue. A dialogue to do what? Already people have communicated what they want. People have said they want good governance. They want accountability for their taxes. They want good hospital. It doesn't matter who is that hospital is in which county. We want good hospital. We want good infrastructure, and we have already given the contribution for that. So coming here to tell that we should have the youth, 50 youths from which every county, and come together. We have a dialogue. Dialogue to do what? To say what? To dialogue with people who are saying shoot them, shoot on the leg. Others saying shoot them, kill them. How are you going to have dialogue with people who have already determined to kill people? You cannot have a dialogue with those people. They have nothing in their mind. They already determined that these people are terrorists. when people are just going out, and you have seen clearly police escorting goons, and those are the people you are saying you are going to have dialogue with. Raila is a con man, and he betrayed people, because if it's not for him joining Kasongo will not be there right now. So he's a con man. He's a big problem to the country. He's a threat to the country first. He should first step aside and let the people who are seeing the future or where they want to go. These people, most of them, they are 80, they are 90. In 50 years or 30 years to come, they will not be there. The young people who are there 20, 30 years, they're the ones who are fighting for their future and the future of their children. So coming to gaslight us here and saying that we're trying to sell fear, that will not work and it's not right. So our watu wache ujinga. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Ronyo, always. I'll quickly bring KOT. He's on the road with the CJ and his group, and then we cycle back to Amoth, and then we go to Wanjiru. KOT, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Abdi. Actually, you just made a stop, and that's why I chose to speak before leaving this place. So first and foremost, of course, you guys, you honestly know what is happening currently in our country, and so we don't have to have a lot of discussions every now and then. The only thing we need to do is to make the decision once and for all to ensure that we change what is happening. You seeing these guys that are already calling for a dialogue, and nobody currently is ready for that dialogue, because why should we have a dialogue when every now and then when we speak to them, they are still lying to us? Because if there was a time when we were so pissed off by them, they called for a dialogue, we went there, and still these people lie to us. So there is no need for that. The only thing we need to do now is to focus on how we are going to recall those incompetent members of parliament, how we are going to recall those incompetent MCAs, and any leader. And of course, we can even try to find a way where we can send Kasongo as soon as possible home, because we now have a well-constituted IEBC. And so we have that power in our hands. So guys, what I want to encourage us on this space tonight is that we continue engaging the people. We continue doing what other people are doing on the ground, of course, meeting people one-on-one to ensure that the message that we are delivering on these platforms is also same as the message that is being delivered on the ground, because not everybody accesses these digital platforms. So that's the only thing we need to do now. But there is no instance that we are going to sit down with any person who has been in the government for so many decades that we are going to have a discussion. No way. Because we as the young people of this country, these people have been taking us for granted every now and then. You find out that even in that composition of the president's advisors, the person who advises him on matters young people is as old as 50 years old. That is Oburu Odinga, Jaoko Oburu Odinga. He advises him on economic and youth empowerment. You can imagine, there is no young person who is part of his advisory committee. Nobody. So we cannot demand for that as we speak, because it's very late. For now, the only thing we need to do is to ensure that we drain this swamp. Otherwise, guys, let us support people who are on the ground. Let us ensure that we go out there to do what we are supposed to do so as to have a better country. Thank you so much, Abdi. I have to leave again.
Asante sana. How was the campaign town hall event with the CJ today?
Yeah, the town hall event was so good. I think he engaged the young people one-on-one. We had to speak to the locals, of course, different young people from different sectors, the jobless, of course, and those who are doing borders, a lot of them. So we had a very, very nice event. Actually, even the CJ himself didn't anticipate for that. So he was so happy to be there. And we are going to do this in each and every county, in each and every constituency, and in each and every ward to ensure that the young people out there, at least they feel the leadership they want to see. And so it was so good.
Asante sana KOT as always. Amos, the mic is yours before we go to Wanjiru.
Okay, thank you very much, Abdi and Hilary and all the members that have spoken before me. First of all, I would like to say thank you for those who are joining this conversation. And I join other speakers who have spoken before me. I don't want to repeat myself much, but I just want to say one thing, that we are not going to listen to any dialogue now, because shits have happened. We have lost so many innocent Kenyans. I think even in this platform, there is nobody who would like to just go and be shot by the police. I think we are tired of these issues that we keep on speaking about, and there is nothing that is being taken into consideration. So what we need to do is to organize, and we should stop ethnic profiling, because that is what is dividing this country. And the fact that we are having this platform, let no one say that we are not organized. This is already a way of us organizing. And I believe we have brilliant minds here, even those in the rural areas that can't access this gadget. I believe that there is something that they can offer that perhaps we don't know. So I believe this is the right time for us to come up with the strategies, and there is nothing that is impossible. We are going to remove this leadership. And I want to tell you one thing, that let no one lie to you that a certain group of communities now supporting one ethnic group or the other. I think when we were on the street, and I think there were so many of us who turned out during these demonstrations, there was nowhere written a Luo, or nowhere written a Kikuyu or a Somali or something. So that is the agenda we should. And anybody who is coming with the issues to do with tribe that is going to divide us moving forward is just a way of them trying to divide and conquer. And you know, government use propaganda and divide and conquer rule to mess up an organized group. I believe that we are organized, and I believe this is the right time. We have engineers, we have IT experts, we have those business leaders. So no one can tell you that we don't have the resources. Social capital is the most important resources that we have. And all we need now is not to say that so and so is better, but to choose the right leader. And all these people needs to go home. Everybody can lead if we support each of us. And I believe that each and every person is blessed in one way or the other. So let no one tell you that nobody can lead us. We are organized as young people, we are organized as Kenyans. And I think this is the right time to remove all the regimes that have been there, that have been existing in terms of leadership. And for me, I would say no time for dialogue now. We are not going to dialogue well, others are still mourning and others are crying, they have lost their beloved one. And you never know, tomorrow somebody else will be killed. So why are we dialogue? What are we going to talk about now? We can only talk about when we are seeing something that is going to rescue this country, and it's not there. And it cannot work with this government, with this regime. So ladies and gentlemen, let us unite as Kenyans, let us unite as young people, even to the little villages down. Let us cough this thing, and this regime needs to be out. I don't care. Raila has been into power for so long. I respect him, but this time let us now come out and select real leaders. Because if we go, if we keep on doing the same thing every day, then I think we are going to lose track. And let me tell you, these people are wise. They have now looted a lot of money, and they're waiting for 2027 to divide us again. I want to tell you, if we lose focus and if we don't maintain this momentum, these guys are going to kill this country. And we cannot afford to watch this country going into ground. So this is the right time as young people, this is the right time as citizens of this country to take up this mantle and say enough is enough. And whether you come from which tribe, provided you are you can serve in this leadership position, we will support you. We will put our finances. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter what you're doing, provided you buy to the agenda that you want, that accountability must be brought into practice. So thank you so much, Abdi, and I will say that this is the right time. And please, members, you are already seeing people who are supporting the right movement, and people like Abdi and Hillary. Let us not go and think for people outside. When this time for bringing leaders that can take people to the next level, let us not think far from our leaderships here. Let us not think far from the forums we have been having. I believe that leaders are here, and I believe there are CSS here who can manage this country better than what we are seeing, better than these ships we are seeing in the government that are looting money, and we remain poor every day. So this is the right time for us to come up, and this is the right time for us to stand up for this country. And let us not lose momentum. Let us not stop from calling off these MPs. Let us do anything possible so that these people can go home.
Okay.
I know they cannot go home now, but I know they will definitely go home if we are organized. Let us just organize ourselves until we get the right people to lead. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana. Asante sana. Amos, the mic, Wanjiru, I'm just getting back to you quickly. You had two questions for you and Nerima. And the questions were, number one was, in the light of the repeated cycle of dialogue that yield no justice, what concrete accountability mechanism can we push for beyond the political statements that ensure are responsible for the police brutality, corruption, economic sabotage, finally held to account? The other question was, what are the bare minimums should we accept from any national dialogue, if it happens at all? Is it time we set non-negotiable conditions before entertaining a round of talks? And the final question to that was, if dialogue was consistently failed to deliver justice and reforms, what alternative pathway, legal, civic, or revolutionary, shall we have to boldly explore to reclaim the nation? Santi Sana, the mic is yours.
Yes, Abdi, before they go on, maybe just something I can add on top of those two questions.
Go ahead.
Many people are who came after I said about we need to put action on how to impeach these people. I have seen a lot of people coming forward and saying it's not possible to do impeachment. It's like we forget so much so easily. Look at what happened to Gachagua. Gachagua was impeached by the same MPs that we're saying it's not possible to do the same thing. We shot down the 2024 finance bill after they overwhelmingly voting for the finance bill. The Kenyan people came out and shot it down. So what is this that you guys are saying it is not possible to impeach, it's not possible to shoot down anything? I think we are undermining our own abilities, our own power. People are belittling the power that is bestowed upon the people. So when we hear people coming forward to say it's impossible, it is almost impossible to mobilize people, it is much possible. I remember the same MPs wearing T-shirts saying, "Oh, we are sorry for voting." These are the same people that you can still push forward, push them to impeach the same person that we all do not want. So I think if we consolidate the power of the people, I don't know why we belittle ourselves so much and trying to say it is not possible to impeach or it is almost impossible to move a motion in parliament. Yet we all understand, we all know what goes on. How did they impeach Gachagua in the first place? How did we shut down the 2024 finance bill? Yeah. So let's not think that it is something that is impossible. It is so much easy to do so. It's only that it requires us we have these MPs. We can give them sleepless nights. We can cause them to not have peace even in their own homes until they do exactly what they went to do in parliament, which is to represent the voice of the people. So as you take the mic, let's not hear the fear mongers who are saying it is not possible. Let's not listen so much into such people, because if we give into their ideas, I think they're just the mouthpiece that are being injected into these spaces to sell division or even fear or doubt upon the already built up anger and all this mobilization we have already done to try and water it down. It's not possible to do that right now. So yes, go ahead, Wanjiru and Nelima. Thank you.
All right, I think I'll go first and then Nerima will come in second. I think trust has been broken. We are coming from a place where we have been betrayed time and time again as the people of Kenya by these representatives that are now calling for dialogue. The bare minimums have already been violated, which is upholding the right to life, which is a constitutional right, which is upholding our constitution, our right to protest, which is upholding the dignity and sanctity of the Kenyan people. So I don't think we could even say, if we are going into a dialogue, these are our bare minimums. We already know the outcome of that dialogue. We already know that we have a tone-deaf president. We have an incompetent, hijacked parliament that will not listen to the people of Kenya. So I am in favor of actually impeaching these members of parliament. I am actually in favor of actually recalling them. And I saw that someone in the comment section said that we could actually test the fidelity of the recent IEBC to the Kenyan people or to the presidency based on how recalling MPs is going to go by this new IEBC. I saw that they said they're ready to now work for the people of Kenya. So I am in favor of not resting until we are disrupting the system. We are letting them know that we are still very dissatisfied with how they are violating us time and time again, violating our sovereignty, our constitution. I would have said one of the bare minimums would be to get justice, our comrades. But no, we know they will still be violated because they have completely broken our trust. They have completely hijacked all the institutions that will try and get us justice. So I don't think we are looking to dialogue. I don't think we are even saying these are our bare minimums because these are people we cannot trust. They have acted time and time again against our best interests. They have showed us that these are selfish kind of politics. They're not interested in issue-based politics. They're not interested in moving forward the country. So it's up to us as the young people. I think we have a really great imagination of what Kenya would become. I think we have a really great imagination of what this nation could be for our offspring and those that are coming after us. And we always say that no one is going to birth that country for us. No one is going to bring that much needed change. It has to be us. But why are we not taking being organized seriously? I am a community organizer. I am part of the social justice movement, and I have seen just how powerful it is to come together at that grassroots community level and try and bring whatever meaningful change you can try to do. If we are doing this at a national scale, I believe we would be able to unstuck ourselves from where we are at and wish, as I had said before, we should focus for long-term political change in this country. We are uprooting a system that has been there long-term, a system that is deeply rooted in the Kenyan psyche. It's a work that needs a team, not one individual, not one leader, not one group. We need to be organized at our various communities and whatever type of community we belong to. If it is the church, let's get organized there. If it's the mosque, let's get organized there. If it is our chama, let's find ways to talk about how the politics of Kenya need to change. Yeah, I think that will be my submission for now. Thank you, Abdi. Nerima, please come in. Oh, and I just remembered that I was reading a history book by Professor Maina Kenyati that had actually labeled Dedan Kimathi a terrorist, that had labeled all the Mau Mau fighters who were demanding freedom, land and freedom, and that the British leave our land as terrorists. And this is what we are seeing today with Ruto's government. Young people are now terrorists for fighting for a better nation. How do we dialogue with these people who criminalize us, who kill us, who beat us, who arrest us, who give us ridiculous bail terms? How do we dialogue with our enemies like this? No, we can only organize to take them out. Time for dialogue is over. We don't have any grace we can extend. We just want them out. Nerima.
Thank you, Wanjiru. Yeah, as we bring our sister Nerima too, I think, let's be honest, I think dialogue has become a tired script. We have sat in halls, watched handshakes, signed MOUs, then nothing moves. That's 100%. And justice is delayed, reforms are shelved, impunity reigns. So I ask, what concrete accountability measures beyond the political statements can we demand and enforce to ensure responsible for all these actions? What is the bare minimum? Nerima, please take over. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. I think Wanjira has already said everything. I can't even come in and add on to that. She's already mentioned our rallying call. She's already mentioned where we are as a people and what we need to do. And my only job this evening is to emphasize what she has already said, which is so powerful in the fact that we, as the people of Kenya, as citizens, have refused to be muted, to be silenced, to be forgotten, is something that's extremely important in our history. And not only for our history, but for our future. So I would say, going forward, we have to, it's not even a matter of choice. We have to elect members who see our constitution as the rule of law and our way to life. It's not a consideration. It's not, because we have witnessed how this administration, this regime, has done everything that they can in their power to make sure that we are controlled, to make sure that we continue to be minimized, that we continue to remain in a place that we are not comfortable with. And we cannot accept it. And I'm so proud. I am so proud as a young individual, especially as a young woman, because even the women who have spoken today are women who have children, are women who want a better future, not only for our children, our sons, and for the country, where they're able to say these individuals are not people who are holding the rule of law, who are not holding the law in terms of the constitution, and the people to be visualized or seen as citizens. Look, we all went to school and we all read the book that talked about the animal farm. And we knew that others are more equal than others. We are basically pushing for a rule of law that identifies everyone that is under the rule of law. That's it. We don't need a commission. We don't need a dialogue. We don't need a new committee. We don't need NADCO. We don't need a conclave. We don't need it. We're just saying we want everybody to be under the rule of law. We want justice. People who have done wrong to pay. We want services to be visible. We want the resources when it comes to our counties to be able to see where these resources are spent. We want people to be able to pay if they're involved with stealing these resources of the public. And we want to make sure that they don't come into leadership again, so that whatever, who you are, what you stand for as an individual, whether you come out and you say, I have this amount of money, we do not care. For us, it's about what are you able to bring to the people? That is what is important for us. And this generation, this public exists. And I love it when I hear social justice centers from Madare to Dandora. They're all over this country talking about holding leaders accountable. This is the true shift of Kenya. These are the true leaders of Kenya, and these are the ones that we need to support fully and truly.
Asante sana, Nerima. always for your comment. I'll still get in touch with you. Thank you so much. I think you are right. Now is a turning point. The people of Kenya have refused to be silenced. I think that I agree with you. They have refused to be forgotten. I think the cries from the streets are not just noise. They are demand for dignity, justice, and accountability. I think the moment is bigger than any individual. It's about reclaiming our nation from impunity. And to do that, I agree with you. We must organize. We must remain vigilant. We must elect leaders who uphold the Constitution and defend the rule of law and protect the people, not serve the cartels or the dynasties. I think this is a rallying call. Never again will we will outsource our power. Never again will we trade justice for tokenism. Or we are awake and we are not backing down. I 100% agree with you and Wanjira. Thank you very much for your comment. I want to bring in Kasamuel Mak.
Abdi, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. So I want to. I said I want to bring Samuel also. I believe he's an ODM youth leader, and we appreciate your presence in this space. But let's be honest to each other. There is a growing sense of broken trust between the youth and the political class, and ODM is not an exempt. From IPPG 1997 to the handshake in 2018, and now the MOU with UDA in 2023, every so-called reform moment has ended in elite power sharing, not people-centered change. So many questions to you is this: why will we have trust in this new push for intergenerational conclave when ODM track record shows a pattern of transactional politics over transformation action? Is this conclave a genuine attempt to reset the nation or just another carefully staged route back to the table of power? The mic is yours, Samuel.
Thank you very much, Abdi and Hillary, and to everybody who's on this space. Um, First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the work that is happening in Kenya right now. I'm currently away, but I'm very much in solidarity with the work that's happening with the young people. And I tried as much as I could to abstain from commenting or giving input because as it stands, as you've aptly pointed out, I'm currently a youth leader in the Orange Democratic Movement. And just to answer the question, I will make note that IPPG, that talk happened when I was born. It happened in the year that I was born. And it seems as though the same issues that were discussed in that IPPG are the same issues that are going to be probably discussed in this push for dialogue. But I will make a case for why I'm for the idea of dialogue. One, there's a growing lack of accountability from either side. And I will say this because the people who we've had the most impactful spaces with, who are these people? It's you guys. We are all still alive. We're all still alive somehow. We are the same people who were in the spaces last year. These spaces were used to organize. These spaces have been used to drive accountability. But we are speaking on the side of privilege. I am speaking from the side of privilege. Being in the ODM is kind of difficult for me, but at least I can say I have insulation. I have some sort of political party protection. However, the reason why I'm pushing for this is at some point we will have to take a stand for the nation. We will have to overcome the prisoner's dilemma. Because if it is not done by the most eloquent voices of the movement, you will have people who do not represent your interests there. And especially if we're dealing with a force that is as influential as Raila Odinga, who has a huge constituency, whether or not we agree with him, whether or not we acknowledge it, he has a constituency. So my perspective was, I know what my irreducible minimums are. I know the things that I want. I know I want the cases that are currently being litigated in court. We're still seeing a killer cop walking a year later. Nothing has happened to him. I want that as an irreducible minimum, but those cases should be sorted out in 30 to 60 days. I want families of victims. I don't know about other generations. Me, I know that last year we went out. I want the families of the people who went out last year to get some sort of reprieve, because you cannot give money to those families. The dreams cannot, we cannot quantify the dreams. Three, I know that for me, the issue I want to fight is just police brutality, because it breaks my heart when I see a lot of young people come out with vim and vigor, go to the streets, and they still get short. And every time we go out, the government finds ways to say that, oh, now these are goons. But then I've not seen. I've been following from abroad. I've not seen any the bodies of the people who are in the mortuaries. Those do not look like goons to me. I've seen the burials. The burials don't look like burials for the goons. So personally, this is the direction I've said. This is what I will do for my country. However, if this is done by a few people, if I find myself uh, doing this alone, I will just end up being that elite that is being spoken about. And so while we might not find full justice, we might get some sort of reprieve. We might sit down and say, we cannot have people taking women out of border borders and raping them in the streets. I don't think that is a thing that is acceptable in any, like the body politic. It's gotten to the point where now, even when people are not on the streets, people are dying. I saw a girl died last week. She was shot in her home. So whether or not we are on the streets, whether or not we are organizing, we are still gonna get shot. I'm saying that as people organize on the front side of that movement, me now in a political party, I have this rare opportunity to sit down and say, this is exactly what it is that we want. And I'm still saying that I'm removing myself out of it, saying that I want to see what are the irreducible minimums that need to be spoken about, such that while all these other options are being pursued, that this is also another moment that we will not miss out on, because then we can hold them accountable. Then I can say, but I sat and you promised. But we sat here and you told us. You didn't say in the papers, because the interface has been, the communication has always been, the government will see what young people are saying on social media. Then the president will go and speak to it in a church. Why then can we not say to him directly and say, here you signed and you said this? So I might not speak to any other dialogues, because this is going to be the first that I intend to participate in. And I'm saying this knowing that a lot of people, a lot of the speakers who've come before me have said that they do not fancy it. And they're not saying that out of malice. They're saying it in good order. But I am saying this as a person who I also, just the same way you believe in Kenya is the same way I believe in Kenya. I'm saying this is a person I've spent the past couple of weeks in America, and there's no place like home. So I want to live in that place. There's nothing good for me here in America. I have not seen that thing yet, and I've been all over this country. My contribution will be, I will, as eloquently as possible, say that these are the irreducible minimums. That could be a first step for me. That's what I hope to achieve in this dialogue. I cannot speak to the dialogues that His Excellency Baba has had previously, but for this one, this is what I am going into, and I go into a thing with hyper focus. Just the same way I said last year, when the time for me to do politics comes, I will do it. This is the focus that I have. I have certain reducible minimums, the ones that I have stated there. That's what I will go and say. So if there is more, I think that could be a start. As people are organizing, if it can go on, I can also organize on this side. Asante.
Thank you. But I have a question for you, Kasamuel. Let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
1998 up to now, you said you are not even born, but it's historical. The grievances are the same, decades after decades: police brutality, corruption, unemployment, rising cost of living, economic exclusion. So what will actually change this time, even if you give you a bare minimum? And all this is the same historical issues that has been there. The elites have been using it. And let's speak directly to the so-called the national conclave agenda being pushed by ODM and UDA. Before we rush into another roundtable of elite dialogue, we need to ask ourselves, what happened to the action points in the MOU between Raila and UDA? They promised to tackle youth employment, yet there is no policy shift, no job, no hope. They say they will align the economy for the youth. The cost of living is still rising. Youth remain shut out. They spoke about human rights. Police brutality still exists. and shrinking civic space continues. They talked about committing billions of money to the counties. That is not yet done. They pledged to fight corruption, yet impunity still persists, you have seen. So, what is the National Conclave for now? Is it truly about solving the people's problem, or is it laying the ground for another backroom handshake?
Thank you for that question, Abdi. I have to admit it's a challenging question, and so I was taking some time to just think about it. In all honesty, I think it would be unfair to expect immediate change from a party that does not have enforcing power. Yes, Raila is a force that feels larger than life in most governments, but he does not have enforcing power. All he can do is rally, all he can do is mobilize, all he can do is put pressure, but the buck still stops with the government of the day.
But did you look at the MOU?
Yes, yes, yes. All the 10 points. And
And
I want to speak to that as well.
what will the conclave bring historically?
Mm,
If you look at it, the problems are the same.
yeah,
The issues are the same.
yes.
It's only the monkeys have changed names and parties, but still everything is the same. So why do you think now
Yeah.
we can have a solution to this problem? Because Samuel is on the table now. On the other, the shoe is on the other side. Do you think this will really bring that change, or is another expertise that will be added to the government?
Okay, so
Or
let
is
me.
it that
Yeah.
Honorable Raila is trying to quell the resistance on Ruto to give him time to mobilize and buy whatever he wants to do?
Okay. So on the MOU, again, I will say this that the ODM is not happy. And I've sat with Mzee a lot of times, but I can tell you what I have seen him do on his part. Uh, when he said that he wants youth to be meaningfully included, even in the list that he presented, the PS, the one PS that is 20 in his 20s, he came as a recommendation from this side. I have seen him walk the talk on a lot of these things, and here I don't think I'd like to maybe go into that MOU because I was not part of the people who wrote it, but I have seen him try at the very least. Coming back to this conclave thing, I've had a lot of people say that what we need to do is organize ourselves for 2027. But 2027, I feel, is too far. It's too far that if we let this continue, it will just be every single time young people mobilize, some narrative will come. People are going to sponsor more goons. People are going to loot people's property. And then desensitize business people. Whenever business people, when this happens to them 5 times and you lose your business 5 times, they'll start being averse to protests. Personally, I think that I am leaning into his political influence. I know that if there's one thing Honorable Odinga knows how to do, is if he says there is going to be a national dialogue, there will be a national dialogue. Previously, I have not seen young people in any of those dialogue spaces. Right now, I spoke with him. I don't know. When I saw the Sabasaba thing, it broke my heart, and I said, I think I will do this as an act of defiance. I want to dialogue the president. I didn't know that that's what he was saying, even locally. So I've been on call with him every single day of this week, telling him that this is what it is. This is what it. I've explained it to him that this is unpopular. One, it is very unpopular. A lot of people are saying that the dialogues, the talks have never led anywhere, and they barely bring solutions. But personally, these are the bare minimums, I think. If such a person has shown up and has brought goodwill, and he has said, for example, in his proposal, which is not cast on stone because the dialogues have not begun, and it does not mean that it is him who is going to form it. That is his idea. Part of what I actually shared and said, the youth, if at all it's going to happen, we need to see the youth there. And he said, for example, 40 per county, half of that 40 needs to be 20 youth, and then the 20 to be distributed equally amongst the other groups. If we are, because what I've had permeate the space is people need to organize for 2027, ensure, or we can recall MPs and those kinds of things. So it means that we need to show ourselves as leaders. If the right people do not sit in those places, if the right people do not sit in this slot of 20, we'll just have Sangwenyas who will go and sit at the table and say, Apana, this is what it is. And the talk is going to happen. And then it will go and nothing substantive. But I am saying that we have this opportunity where I don't know. I don't know the last time I knew a young man who's just an ordinary person could call Mr. Odinga and he will answer and he will say, what do you think? So how can we go about this? So while this, I'm not even appealing to, I'm not telling anyone to do anything, but I'm saying there is this unique opportunity that has presented itself that instead of now, Abdi, you holding me accountable, me who has never been elected, who has never stolen public funds, who has never fired a gun, as eloquently as you're putting these issues in this space, you could represent the people of Northeastern. And if at any point of the talk you feel this is incongruent with your principles, you walk out as a matter of principle because that is feedback. And I'm not saying that everybody should participate. In my ideal ideation in my mind, I would wish everybody to participate. But then there are people who say, as a matter of principle, that they cannot dialogue this government. Then we who are in political spaces, who have taken a bit of a hit, let us sit down and do right by our country. It is possible for you to organize a space here. It is possible for you to attend the interviews. It is possible for you to go on the streets. And I believe it is still very possible for you to still be the same principled person sitting across a table, across Honorable Odinga, and eventually sitting across the president and saying, these are the irreducible minimums. We have written them on social media, but for me, I'm looking at it as a chance to say it in public, and it goes on record that this is what the young people said, and they said it to your face.
Yes, yes. Sorry putting you on the spot, but you are the ODM youth leader and you have access to Raila. And how is ODM still, make me understand, and before I give out the mic to the others, how is ODM still sitting in a government with all the injustices happening under their watch? Look, if Baba truly is not happy with what is going on, why hasn't he just bolted out of UDA regime? Because let's be honest, government is not just failing, it is violating the very rule of law ODM wants a claim to defend. Here, what we are dealing with: police brutality, extrajudicial killing and disappearances, youth unemployment with economic despair, escalating cost of living with no relief, shrinking civil space attack on the media, weaponizing of the judiciary and selective justice, failure to devolve funds across the country, rampant corruption. The list is endless. Political betrayal masked as unity, impunity protected by handshake. So why are we still there? Why are we still in bed with this regime if we truly stand for justice?
Abdi, if I were to speak freely, it would be my wish that that we would see ODM, for example, walk out of such an arrangement. However, what comprises of ODM in government? It is the elected members. So while you might look at me, and as a hard Kenyan, you say that I am currently in government, if you were to look at it rationally, you know very well that I am not. That there is nothing, all the best I can do is speak here on the space. And that's why I'm saying this conclave allows me, it keeps us, it brings us as close to the elected leaders as we possibly can be before we actually do occupy parliament. Because the people who are
Samuel,
supposed to be
just a
held
minute.
accountable. Yeah.
Samuel, a minute, I ask you a question.
Yes.
When you tell us that you are not part of the government, we see you with Odinga. Sometimes see you even riding the same, flying in the same plane with Odinga. And we know pesa yake ni handshake. You know that, yeah. So everything he does to support you, inatoka kwa serikali. Everything he does to hold your hand, and then we build you. We gave you the platform. We loved you because you are the voice of the youth. Then you saw that it is not enough without the Raila's hand. Then again, you come here and tell us that you actually you feel us. Yeah? Honestly, giving you a space in these spaces, it's actually a betrayal on those who said we do not want anything to do with the government, anything to do with the people who say shoot at the leg. And then you still continue saying, oh, we have a broad-based government covering the same person saying shoot and kill. You're part of the broad base. Yeah, you are part of them.
I don't think your
analysis is time to respond. Thank you.
I don't think your analysis is fair, because let's run with your trope and say that I am, for example, in government. Then what benefit do I have joining a space? Because personally, before 2024, my life was just okay. I had it figured out, and right now I could just say, okay, fine. Now with all this fame, I could just decide to run away and go. So while I'm when I tell you I understand, is that I truly do understand because I'm a young person who wants to live in that country called Kenya. I'm not particularly obsessed with leadership. I'm not particularly obsessed with anything. Yes, now I have the access to Honorable Odinga. There are two things I could do with that access. I could choose to be selfish with this access and say that now what I want to do is enrich myself with this access. Because one thing that comes with knowing Honorable Odinga is that you have access to a lot of people who are such a wide network. Why, if we are being honest, if this is selfishness, if it is selfishness as you put it, why then would I want to come and jeopardize this by putting myself in a space where I know it is very easy to be embarrassed, where I know it's very easy to be insulted for trends? Like, I don't need that. What I'm saying is, at this particular point, because I have had people talk about organizing for 2027, I am saying that before then, it is very possible for us to get some reprieve. I have spoken to Honorable Odinga and I've explained what this thing
Samuel,
is. Yes.
sorry for interrupting you. Sorry, I respect you. I respect you
No,
a
go
lot.
for it.
Anthony,
Go for
Anthony,
it. Go for it.
No,
wait.
no, just a minute, Abdi. Abdi, just a minute.
No, Anthony, we don't
Samuel,
do that way, please. Thank
okay. He has allowed me to interject.
Okay, go. But we don't work like
Samuel,
that. You know that.
sorry, Abdi. Samuel, sorry, I've broken protocol. I'm going to speak freely to you. As a millennial, I think you're a Gen Z. You've said something truly profound, and I do accept a point when I see it. You have access to Raila Amolo Odinga. And I'm going to send you with a message to Raila Odinga today. And I believe I will be speaking for many. Raila has a lot of influence, and having known Raila, I think, longer than you, I'll tell you this. Raila Odinga has the power to move and shift the needle of this country in the direction that he says. He has proven that from the Moi era to this era. My message to Raila Odinga will be very simple. He has suggested that we have a conclave, a discussion amongst all people. Before he initiates that conclave, the same way his father said, no independence without the freeing of Jomo Kenyatta, I will send you with a message to him. Before we even sit for a conclave, there will be no conclave without the freeing of the 38 young Kenyans today sitting in cells, being accused of being terrorists only because they woke up and stood and marched because they felt this country was not going in the direction they felt. He has suffered the same under the Moi regime. I remember in his book, Ida Odinga said she was kicked out of school because of being away for Raila Odinga. So he can relate. And if any of these young Kenyans, the 38 of them who today will carry the tag of being a terrorist, if the police can prove beyond reasonable doubt that they were terrorists, let them put that proof out there, because so far they have not put any proof. But we do have proof of people affiliated with him who came out and said they will organize goons. If the definition of a government that goons equate a terrorist, then let us start by prosecuting the people who, by their own words, said they will organize chaos. That's number one. Number two, we have a Deputy Inspector General of Police who is complicit and directly mentioned in the death of one young Kenyan called Albert Ojwang. Before August meets, because I know that conclave will happen whether we say it or not, before August meet comes, ask Raila Odinga on behalf of many Kenyans and on behalf of the parents of Albert Ojwang and on behalf of all Kenyans, that he should call for the immediate resignation of the DIG of police, because we have more Kenyans who can replace him, as a show of goodwill that the deaths that have happened to young Kenyans, 38 on Sabasaba, 60 on the first of the 20 on the first Mandamano, we are almost clocking 100 young people dead. That man should not be seen anywhere in public office. And my last one, you Kasamo, because I know you said here you talked to Raila, and I'm going to give it to you. The last one, that when people in government stand and say that no, shooting in the legs is just, it is nothing. Shoot and kill them. If Raila Odinga truly believes and he has this nation at heart, I would urge you, Samuel, I would urge you to tell Raila Odinga he's better off out of this government with the people, rather than say, I'm going to negotiate for you, the people, well, inside a government that is killing you. You cannot be with them and with us at the same time. You are either with us against them or with them against us. So if you get that message out, I'll be very happy.
Let me just, I think, respond to that. First of all, thank you. I think you raised very pertinent points, but I feel like you speak to the point which I was saying, that we have. I don't need to say this for you. You can say this to Mr. Odinga himself. One, yes, I'm going to say this. I will tell him, and I will send this, and as accountability, I will. You PM me later. I will show you that I have sent it to him. I will tell him these demands, and these are demands I agree with. I cannot speak to certain misgivings because you might know how, because you know how the political system works. I cannot account for everything that ODM does. But my voice has been consistent. Even when I have seen people who are affiliated to Mzee saying that they're going to organize against, I have spoken against. Mzee himself has spoken against those people. However, I don't want us to look at this conclave because this is where we might get it wrong. If we look at this conclave as as Honorable Odinga negotiating with government on our behalf, we will have missed the point. This is a chance to know, because we know very well that uh, William Ruto's government will not shoot Raila. We know very well that it is only surviving because it rests on on the shoulders of Honorable Odinga. If we have his political influence behind a process that we can now say, Abana, Honorable Odinga, you called us to this thing, and we are now being killed like this. Because personally, the reason why I'm even speaking about this dialogue thing, and I'm not to impose it, I don't want to impose it to anyone, because the people who are in this struggle have explained very well that these are the reasons why they do not want to dialogue the government. And let me tell you, they should not be forced to. I am just saying, as a person who has seen what this is, instead of using it selfishly for my own good, I am saying that if there are people who are amenable to the dialogue process, come, let us do this thing together and use Mr. Odinga's political influence. Just before we even talk about 2027, there are those 38 people that you're saying are in police cells. Those people, I know very well that if we can find where they come from, if we know they come from a particular social justice center and a social justice center tells us this is the member, we can verify that they are not goons. But there's a thing that has been creeping, that out of anger, there are people who can drive, and I can drive this as a hashtag. But when people's children die, people's children are more than a hashtag. Who will we say this person comes from? Because you and I are going to be here tomorrow. Because now, the protests that happened this year, I was not there because I was in America studying. But so now I will not die, but I can amplify. But now, this is to amplify mpaka siku gani? When does it come? When does it get to? Because it gets to a point where we need to do what is right and not what is popular. But as long as it is, I'm sorry, I was saying, as long as it is me alone who's at this table, nitakuwa fatigued. Somewhere down that line, I will be corrupted. Somewhere down that line, I will be shown money and I will be shown cars and a beautiful house, and I'll be like, you know what? It just doesn't sound too bad. That's why I'm saying, can we have these people of integrity? And I want you to put your sorry, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, loud
Oh,
and
Yes.
I
clear.
was saying, can you put your integrity on the line? Just the way the dollar is backed by the full faith and credit of the American people. Can can the people that you organize, because I know most of the people I see here are influential people. Speak to your communities. Ask them, first of all, this is what it looks like. That we have a situation where the best political mobilizer, who can, when he says that dialogue is going to happen, has given us a chance where there's going to be 20. Because remember, this is the first time we are hearing what the composition is going to be like before the dialogue process begins. And we are told that 50% of that dialogue process will be youth led. Can you, at the very least, ask yourself, with the people I represent, the people I serve, can I go as a civilian and say these are what those people want? Because nations are built by consensus. we especially right now in a world that tells you that the options you have are Rigathi Gachagua, Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Karua, Raila, Ruto. Where do you come in as a young person? When does it become for you? Because remember, these people who are saying shoot to kill, they were not saying it to trees. They were saying it in their home bases. A person says, "Apana Rais, do not shoot to maim, shoot to kill," and he's being clapped for by the same constituents who are going to be to vote him back in. That's why I'm saying we might disrupt the presidency, and let's say we kick out this president and we get the best president ever, and we still have a legislature that is made of the same corrupt people. So
No, Kasamu, we are talking of kicking out the president, right?
right.
What is your action plan now that you have influence? You have the influence in terms of you have a followership of the UDA, ODM youth. What is your action plan? What are you telling us? How do we organize ourselves to come and rally with you to kick out this president?
So personally, I think there's two ways to answer this question. I could answer it as a politician, or I could answer it honestly. Which answer do you want?
Both.
Okay. I will start with the honest answer. With the current state of affairs, as I see things, unless we properly organize behind a force that has national momentum, it might be a bit difficult to kick this man out. Now, the political answer that you want to hear is if we keep on organizing, if we pressure nicely, if we do this and that, we will remove him. I believe that Ruto can go in 2027. Personally, I think there's a very high possibility. But then who is going to replace him? Are we doing the work? Are we meeting the community? I know the people, even the people who are mobilizing in the communities, we are not giving support. The people who are doing this thankless job, our social justice centers, akina Wanjira, most of us who are on these spaces don't know what social justice centers do. And it's not because you don't want, it's just that there's so much that you have in your life going on that this is an extra thing. Personally, I think in a political process that has shown up, remember, the 2010 constitution came to us as a result of such a dialogue thing. But also, I would say an unpopular thing, because I'm already unpopular. I might as well say unpopular things. Kibaki, who is arguably the president who is most favorably looked upon by Kenyans, had a problem being re-elected in 2007. That's the person who the whole country sort of agrees, this one was a great president. But after such horrid situations, there was a dialogue process. And that dialogue process gave birth to what Bomas was. And now we have such a flowery constitution that needs to be implemented. The argument is we don't need dialogue, we just need the constitution to be implemented. Personally, that's what I said last year, and I've said it for a year and whatnot, and these kinds of things. But a constitution cannot be implemented if the people who are in power do not give it the political goodwill. Currently, the ruling party has shown that our Kotusawa, they know, the MPs know how they're going to come back. They even said, seen people say they will rig their way back in. But there's this wild card that we have as a people, such that Gen Z cannot be contained. You think you've gotten cars? Apana, then suddenly they're still going. You think you've gotten this other person? Apana, they're still going. We have that, but then now two events have happened that we still have this angst among the youth and we have political goodwill from the person who, the government, we know, the government will not shoot this person. Why can't we? Let's say we are being movement centered. Let's just agree that, apana, us will just tolerate each other until these irreducible minimums are met. Because personally, I'm tired, and I'm tired of seeing these reports. I'm tired of amplifying. I'm tired of, and me myself, I'm not dying. Me myself, I'm not in that place where that person who has nothing to lose but their miserable life. I'm not in that position. But I can say, at least let them not get shot. At least let this happen. And telling it to Mr. Odinga alone in private does not advance the cause for a country, because I am telling him things that he already agrees with. This national process, for me, it is just It is unpopular. Like mimi natukanwa kila siku. Mimi nimetaka kuacha hii kitu like sana and say now I've been set up. Now I can go and study, I can go and look for work abroad and do those kinds of things. But I will not be doing right by the people. I'm saying this, nimeingia hapa ndani nimeona na bado ninaona. I think it can work. There's a lot of hurt. And if you feel like this process, you don't yet trust the process, tupatie, these are the guidelines. Sema ni hivi. This is what we cannot tolerate. This is what we won't accept. Like saizi, 38 people are in jail. We've made noise, we've amplified, but they're still in jail and they're being charged with terror. And then a judge will just look at it and say, hey, guys, I hear you. Like that magistrate was saying, these police are being trained to kill and watakumaliza. Saying that to one of the frontline human rights defenders. I'm just saying that instead of me just pursuing selfish interest, which is the easy way out, we can do this together. I can tell Honorable Odinga, this is what the youth, these are the ones who are leading in those communities. Let them say it, and we want them not to be killed. Because right now, a blogger is being arrested for drawing a cartoon. I think it's crazy. And for me, I'm being held to a standard which I honestly, I don't know what to do with it. I'm not saying that it is bad to be held to that standard. But hata nikienda, the best I can do is I will call Honorable Odinga and he will pick and he will say, sawa, I have heard. But then his MPs in parliament, wale wenye wamekuwa wakitaka kuingia broad based. Because even you see, because you're students of politics, you see what's happening to that party. There are some MPs who are still defending what the people want. And there are some who've gotten really excited. Unfortunately, you can't kick them because they were elected by the people. Now, what do you do as a Kenyan? As a young Kenyan who is unelected, who does not have a position in the chama, how would you approach it?
Okay, we had you. Thank you, Kasamuel Kunyamaji. Meanwhile, I'll bring Wanjiru if she has something to chime in, and then we go to Dr. Kimani and Justice for All, and then we pick it up from there. But just as you come in later, I just want to make things clear. Let's be honest. The bare minimum have been there for decades. The bare minimum you're talking about today can be uphold the constitution, end police brutality, create job for the youth, lower the cost of living, fight corruption, protect the civic space, ensure judicial independence. This has been there. These demands are not new. They are captured in the 2010 constitution, echoed in the reports in the TJRC report, in the BBI, in the NATCO report. So the real question is, why are we still stuck in the cycle of report, promises, and dialogue without no action? So,
my senior, just in 5 seconds, what I'm going to say is, I agree with you. All these things have been there, but we have not been there. And what I'm saying is, I'm asking for protection. That I have said I'm going into this thing. If I go into it alone, and we know that the process will happen. If I go into it alone, I will be lost. You can be there. I want you to be there so that we can be held to the same standard. Tuseme Abdi went and sat down for a country and said this, and that. You sat down with a sitting president. What changed? Because right now, look at how desperate the Kenyan youth is, that we have to depend on one man. It's only one person who's bold enough in the country to say that this is what's needed. Like, why can't we create 10? Why can't we anticipate a situation where hata kama Kasmuel tuseme Kasmuel, we will have lost him. We will still have 20 like him. That's what I'm thinking. Asante.
Understand. Wanjiru, pick it up from there. And then we go to Dr. Kimani and then to Justice for All.
Asante sana. I still do not think that we need to be dialoguing. When Kasmal was talking, I just remembered that at the height of the protest last year, Reject Finance Bill protest, we actually held an X space. Someone held an X space here on Twitter, and the president actually attended that X space. And I think that is the closest we could ever get to a dialogue. Every Kenyan, I was at that X space listening in, and I had the heartbeat of the nation. I had the people express themselves fully. I had everybody really, kama ni hasira, kama ni machozi, kama ni justice, kama ni nini. Wakenya walimwaga roho zao kabisa. That was last year. That was a dialogue between the executive and the people. And 365 days later and more, we are actually in a worse situation than we were before that dialogue. Now young people are being charged with terrorism. So I still do not think that Casmo coming here to tell us that we should join that dialogue is like the only window we have. We can't see any fruit that dialogue will bear, other than buying time for 2027, other than, normalizing things. Because right now the country is angry at a president who gives shoot to kill, shoot to maim orders, at a judiciary that is criminalizing the young people. So I still maintain that we should organize ourselves to uproot this system. I don't think we should now listen and say, fine, let's dialogue. What are we talking about? What are we saying that you don't already know? Why do we need to sit down and talk for you to say that young people should not be killed in this country? Why do we need to sit down for the constitution to be upheld? What is it that we are going to say in this dialogue that we have not already said over and over again, that we have not already demanded? We have demonstrated young people have been killed. So what is this conversation about, Casmo? What is new about this conversation that has not been done in this country? What is special about it?
Wanjira,
Kasam, before you go on, let's have other speakers and then
let Wanjiro finish, please, and then we have the order, and then we can really, because someone will bring you back. Let's have a couple of speakers. Just keep taking points. Have a cup of water, and then we will still get back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we did expect that you will come and back Baba's idea of what we should be doing, but we're done. We're tired. We don't need it. We don't think it's going to change anything. Yeah, that would be my submission.
Thank you. Can you go, Tabi, and then whatever you want to add, and then we go to Justice. We go to Dr. Kimani, and then Justice for All, and then we cycle about it. And then we have Marvin, Maverick, quickly after. Thank you.
Mavericks first, then Tutor, then Dr. Kimani.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I hope that the day has been good to you, and that regardless of whatever we are going through as a country, that God has been good to you. And I just want to start by saying that the word irreducible minimum, it got destroyed for me by Raila. Because he always comes in and then he says that he has a list of irreducible minimums in order to work with whichever government it is. And those irreducible minimums are never kept. And we as Kenyans keep being oppressed, as we see right now with Ruto. He's forgotten the points that they gave. And then now he wants to have another dialogue. So my view of Raila is that he's an oppressor that is disguised as a messiah. So that is why I become a little skeptical when he says that we need a dialogue, and thinking that he would be one to lead that dialogue. I don't trust that man. I'm sorry, Casmuel. Now, however, as a nation, I believe that we need a dialogue. We need a dialogue that is led by the civil society, a section of the church that we trust, people from the movement that we trust, and some other organized groups. Because, of course, we're gonna have to sit down and talk and decide for a way for the nation. Now, another thing that I'd like to talk about is, I think slowly we've been losing focus because we've put our entire focus on Ruto. And I mean, Ruto is a problem, but I don't think that he's the main problem. I hold the view that our biggest problem is parliament. Because for us to remove Ruto, for us to skip the part where we have to go to the streets and become shot on the leg or killed or just to be maimed. For us to skip that part, we need a member of parliament to table a motion of impeachment. But you see, when we are talking, we start saying that, parliament cannot do it. It will not happen. Parliament is completely bought. I don't believe that story. Parliament sucks. But however, I believe that we need to get one of these opposition MPs because they say that they're with the Gen Z, we see them in rallies and all that. We need them to table a motion of impeachment because as things stand, I don't believe that we can wait up to 2027 while we've had the president declaring on national television that if you see protesters, shoot them on the leg. He's clearly telling the police to kill us. That man cannot kill us and still want to lead us. He has to go. And right now, as things stand, I always remember this, the adage that says that you strike when the iron is hot, and the iron is hot. No one can come and tell us that, tuvumilie tu, tungoje tu kidogo mpaka 2027. No. While we are doing that, Parliament is busy passing the NGCDF. They want to change the constitution to enshrine that CDF so that they have money for campaigning. They are looking at 2027. They are preparing so they can go to the gullible Kenyans, the group of Kenyans that we're actually trying to finish through civic education. So we cannot give them time. We cannot allow them time to organize. No, we have to start pushing for that motion of impeachment to be tabled. And then we start organizing, and we organize to hold the members of parliament individually accountable. We start putting forward their phone numbers, their public servants, their phone numbers, their emails, their home addresses. So if we are going to talk to anyone, it's to them directly to ensure that they help us to remove this person because these members of parliament, they live among us. They live in our estates, they live in our villages, and if they don't do what Kenyans want, they'll have to leave the country. I believe that that's the only way now we can be able to, or that's one of the way anyway, that we can be able to set a new precedent, because it can't be that you do what you want, you call for Kenyans to be killed, and then you still get to finish your term. That's maybe even supposed to finish in 2026. No, Ruto has to be held accountable. So this is the type of organization that I think that we need to set our minds on, because power resides where the people believe it is. And right now, the power is with the people. The power is not with Raila Odinga, even if he's always had power to call for national dialogues and handshakes and all that. No, the power is with us right now, and it's time that we start exercising it in a way that we best know. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are also on the top of the hour. So we go to Dr. Kimani, right? And Justice for All, before we cycle back to Kasamuel and Wanjiru. And then go ahead.
Yeah, Abdi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you so much. And I want to, to salute all the people that have been speaking on the space tonight. But I have a few questions, maybe to Kasamuel, and congratulations on the, the program that he's doing at the moment in the USA. And maybe, maybe he can remind us when he was elected member of the youth wing of the ODM and all that. And then I also think, I don't want to say he is naive at the moment, pushing a thing that is not even pushable. Because when I think about this thing called dialogue, we have not only had dialogues in that country called Kenya, we have even had International Prayers Day. So if people even talking to God is not changing anything, what will dialogue change? The dialogues that we are also talking about here are dialogues that are going to be with people who are selectively going to be representatives of those old minds. We do not want that kind of a dialogue. The ship left the dock long time ago. We cannot and we will not. It is important that you understand that. Initially there was a time ODM that was, an epitome of people representation. It has since stopped being, especially with people like Kalumainet. It therefore means that is not should not even be even on the table as of now. Why should we have it in the moment? We have had town hall meetings with not only with the opposition but with the president himself, and people were asking him, President, you are a graduate. You are here telling us we are going to create jobs for you, but the jobs he's talking about are jobs about creating and constructing houses which are seriously formulated on very bad policies. One of them is, invading people's whatever we call pay slips, and then forcing people to go do those jobs, and then I don't remember how many graduates are there that have gotten those kind of jobs. I don't understand when we talk about dialogue what will that dialogue bring to the people who have got no jobs? What will that dialogue bring to the people who have got no money to go to the hospital? What will that dialogue bring to the people who cannot take their children to school either because they have no money? Because I understand before you go to some of these JSS schools, you have to bring your own desks and I don't understand where we are at the moment. And when we are talking about Babarelo Odinga, with all the due respect, having him to come and have this kind of a dialogue with all that is involved, how it's going to change uh, the way people are being taken from Kenya to Saudi and other places to become slaves. Let me put it that way. I don't understand, and if I do understand, then my understanding must be very wrong because these are not new issues. They are issues that are known. But if no one is willing to do them, they will never be done. And therefore, we'll continue talking and talking and talking. It therefore behooves that time for conversations is gone. And as I stated in my first and my opening submission is that we must reset. And the resetting is happening now here. We do not need other dialogues. I am capable of doing whatever I'm able to do to put my people from one point to the next with integrity and with everything that is desirable to make sure that they live a dignified life. Customer, one more thing, I think you might have a very tough time explaining yourself. You might have good intentions in whatever you want to do as a politician, as a young leader, but you have already infected yourself by joining the movements and leaving the movements. But I don't think in all manner of, so I took you seriously at the beginning, but I don't think I do take you seriously anytime now, irrespective of how best I would want to do that. I don't think I would do that, and I'm telling you this as as a young, as you being my younger brother, I don't think and I think I'm not the only person in this world
Let's
who have
let's
the
keep
same
issue
ideas.
based.
But anyway,
Sorry.
as I come to the end, I don't do personal politics. I think I just want to submit and I say, time for conclave, time for dialogue is not there at all. We don't want it at all. Please, no.
Asante sana Daktari. Before we go to justice for all, I think let's keep the conversation respectful. As Samuel has also clarified, he doesn't work for the party or the government. He simply has access to the party leader and he's sharing his personal views on issues. I think he's not speaking on behalf of anyone. Let's engage with in that perspective of context, which he will still clarify. Justice for all. The mic is yours.
I want to appreciate you. Thanks, Abdi. Thanks, Hillary. And let's not call, let's talk Kenya. Tabi, Saina, thank you for hosting, and appreciate every contribution that has been made, including Kashmir. Thanks for being here. I will restrict myself to probably what I think is wrong with the call by Raila Odinga for what is calling a conclave or intergenerational national conclave. And then my second point, I will give an highlight of which national dialogue that I think I appreciate that has been successful in one of the countries that most of us are aware of. And I will conclude by what I think needs to happen. I want to really speak that when I saw the call by Raila Odinga that we have a dialogue, without even thinking too much, the first thing that came to my mind was this is a government that is calling people to come together and buy time while they're strategizing to do something. I didn't even take 2 minutes to come up. I mean, my mind to switch in that direction. The reason is I've been conditioned because of the association between Raila Odinga and the government of the day and what has been happening. And sometimes is how long it takes to speak out on some of the evils that we have faced in the country, and the kind of a person that he has become over time. I remember for us back in I think it was the year 2000 when we got involved with him. And of course, campaigning 2002 when we voted and all that kind of time. So we have known him over time, but then it looks like he's become a totally different person. So my first thought process was that he is not Raila speaking. This is the government speaking, either through association, and obviously there's that bias and about that. So I found that as a partisan call for a dialogue, which, in my opinion, if I was part of the advisors that he probably ran this through, I would have said, yes, you have conceived the idea, but is there a way to try to clean it up so that it looks like it's a little bit more non-partisan, so that it's more embraced, because we have people that have already associated you with the challenges that we are facing, especially the young people. So that, for me, was the first failure of that. And then I thought that maybe if he had conceived this, he should have probably hidden it to the point that he has a group of across the board. Let's talk about maybe different groups, civil society, religious leaders, academia, whatever, call it, that would come together and probably say that now we are calling for this. They would still face a backlash because who appointed you to be our leaders to do this, but still it will not look like it's a one-man person that is calling for this. And there are many other things. So when I look at that, I find that he blocked many people from getting the message of the dialogue to actually looking at him as the person. So the person of Raila stood in the way that it became so difficult for us to get the message. Or personally, let me personalize this so that it's easier to make my submission. Raila blocked me from getting the message of what he's calling us to do. And I thought that is really something that could have been cleared. You know, the things that you do that becomes noise to somebody's ears, so that whatever you say doesn't even go through. And that's how I looked at it. That's how I thought about it. But then the message itself for the dialogue and all that, the question is, do I support that we need a dialogue? Don't I support it? Since this was called, I've tried to be in other spaces, especially with the young people, the Gen Zs and all that. And the passion with which they are opposed to this brings this question to my mind. Who did Raila Odinga have in mind when he's calling for this dialogue? If they probably, in this case, and all of us are aware of this, maybe the Gen Zs are the ones started this kind of movement. All of us, I need is Gen Zote at the moment. Did he have the Gen Z in mind? Is there something he would have done differently, groundwork, to be able to at least feel like it's either comes from them or there is a way to harmonize this in the way that it can be communicated? But these things are a little challenging to understand because it's possible there's a lot that went into it before he announced. But then that reminded me of the protest in France in the 2018. I think most of you saw what happened about the. I think it was about the must have been a gas tax. Is it called what the taxes about the oil hike and all that? So the one lady comes up with a video on Facebook, a French woman posted because there was a hike in the prices at the pump. People started organizing online. It became a big protest that from the October of 2018 to November 17 of 2018, over 280 people protested demanding for increase in wages, the issue of better pensions, lower taxes, and stuff like that. A week later, it became very violent. Clash with the police and property damages and all this kind of stuff. Now, what the immediate intervention, as I get, Abdi, just give me 3 more minutes. I will probably want to land on some point. A week later, what happened? There were over 130 people injured as they started now demanding for the resignation of Macron. What happened? The immediate reaction, I think 3 days later, was that the fuel taxes were suspended for at least 6 months. But did they stop the protest? No, they wanted a little bit more. A week later, the Macron addresses the nation. Of course, it increases 100, I believe it's euros per month to boost the minimum wage, the tax relief for the pensions, overtime exemption for that. Now, what I'm trying to arrive at this is that this protest continued until the national conclave we are talking about was called January 13 of 2019. And it was actually called, funny enough, it was called Transform Anger into Solutions. Transform Anger into Solutions. I launched the topics and whatever it's going to be covered. Flash forward is that they held so many meetings, 10,000 local meetings, 2 million submissions online. Everything was done. And later on, of course, all these things were permanently suspended. Now, what I'm finding difficult with this kind of call for dialogue is the issue of people know exactly why people are protesting and going to the streets. And then they are calling for a dialogue when those things are in place. The most logical thing that I would have expected is that if you're going to be genuine about calling for a dialogue, then at the very minimum, if you cannot do away with those taxes, the housing levy and all these kind of things, at the very minimum, suspend them for a period of either 6 months or 1 year while we're having the dialogue or whatever period amount of time. Do away, suspend all this calling for the young people and all the Kenyan people to be shot at and others to be killed. Make sure that you're going to rain on your people, especially this kind of surrogates who are going everywhere, trying to talk trash like Kenyans don't matter, Kenyan lives don't matter. So my suggestion is that in the way the things are in the country, it is so difficult for anybody, or especially young people, to believe that this is a call in good faith to dialogue. Why? Because they know that this dialogue needed because of some things, but still they're in place. Using the executive order, these things can be suspended so that when we walk in, if we're gonna get into the dialogue, all these things have stopped. At least the things have come back to some level of normalcy, and then the conversation can be had. But then the question is to talk with who, on what, and how. I will land by saying there's a need to re-engineer this clarion call. I do support that at some point we will end up having a dialogue. Reason is looking many places, whether it's place where we have had genocide in Rwanda, looking to other places, dialogues will be had. The only problem is that you can either have dialogue before bloodshed or you have dialogue after bloodshed. From the look of things, Ruto is not wired in any way to stop the hardline position that he has taken with these kind of minions. So what is going to happen is we have to make up our minds. The dialogue we will have, but on whose terms, how, and when. I pray that we all continue rethinking that this nation is bigger than ourselves. I do appreciate all the comrades in here for the great work that you continue doing. Thank you.
Asante sana. Hillary, are you still there?
Yeah, thank you so much. I've been struggling to hear you guys, but also thank you so much, Kasmula. I see you. I see so many people. Let us do this. I think we have so many people who want to talk, and also there's so many lines here. Please, when you have time, just take a little bit. I've been struggling to hear you guys, and I don't know what is happening. Nukabel, take it up, and then Josephine, then Steve, in that order. At least, happy to see you guys. Yes, and give way forward. What is the action plans? Thank you so much, Jukabel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Hilary. Thank you, Abdi, and thank you for all the speakers who put their points across. I am of the belief that you cannot join a rotten system and expect to change it. When ODM joined the Kenya Kwanza government, they had these irreducible minimums that they had listed. And since they joined that government, the very government has kept on breaking those irreducible minimums. And yet they are still in that association. So it tells me that they are birds of the same feathers. So, Casmuel, I don't want to make this a conversation about you personally, but I can tell you that there's no change you're going to bring in ODM because the system in there, and I say this as somebody who has been a party member of ODM since 2007. You're not going to change anything there. And I quit that party last year the moment they joined this government, a party that I believed stood for social justice and the rule of law and everything. Yet they decided to join a killer regime. It's not the business of ODM to support a collapsing regime because our constitution has structures. If a government collapses, there are ways and things that can be done to make sure we have a transitional government before we have elections or appoint a new government. So ODM, UDA, whether UDA still exists, to me right now, they are just the same. And even when you see some of their party members speaking in different voices, they are just trying to cover their asses. They will come and say, Kaluma was saying this, but me as SG or me as a party chairman or me as treasurer, I was talking a different language. Now they will pretend that they have democracy to have their members speak. But when these very members joined William Ruto immediately after election, they were summoned and they wanted to be chased out of the party. So it's all useless. When it comes to dialogue, I don't dispute that we need to dialogue. But let me tell you the kind of dialogue we need. We need the president to dialogue with the police to stop killing people. That's the dialogue that we need. Go speak with the police and tell them it's your role to keep law and order, and keeping law and order doesn't mean shooting innocent people. The kind of dialogue we need is with EACC and the judiciary, that we cannot have corruption cases taking 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, some even a lifetime. Yet we pay you guys every month. The DPP, that's the kind of dialogue we need. The banks, how can we have the cost of credit coming to below 10% so that young people and entrepreneurs can have easy access to credit? That's the kind of dialogue we need. But the kind of dialogue that these people are proposing is the one to keep us at bay. Because this cheese moved last year, and in every space we've been since last year, That has been the language. The chiefs moved. Yes, there are still some people who they can control with their narratives and whatever, but this thing moved. And I believe that there's a critical mass of Kenyans who now have started believing in themselves and are probably realizing that we've been caged for so long, but now we have a voice. We have a voice and we can do the right thing. Because it's one thing to constantly wail that, oh, we have bad leaders, we have bad leaders, we have bad leaders. But now we are finding our voice and we are finding it collectively. The rallying call about tribalism and negative ethnicity, if you ask me my individual opinion, I don't think that tribalism is a problem in Kenya, because tribalism is it's a whipping tool used by politicians when they've lost the plot, and now we need to find something to create the us versus them narrative, and that's why they resort to it. Because as far as I remember, when I look at the president is from Kalenjin, the DP is from Taraka, the DPM is from Vihiga, the other guy is the speaker is from Bungoma, the majority leader, the minority leader, Migori and Kiambu and so on. So at that level, they are speaking of unity. So if they're united up there, what makes them think that we are divided down here? Because even in this space, we are from different communities and we all agree that what we want is a better Kenya. That's what we want. We don't want I don't care where my president comes from. I don't care where my Speaker of the National Assembly comes from or where the Chief Justice. I don't care about those things. But we've been made to think about those things that are important. That if you have a Speaker of the National Assembly, or if you have a Deputy President, that that suddenly your life will be good. Isn't it yesterday that we were seeing those old women? Was it in Moranga or in Meru who were building a road by themselves? They are almost over 70 years. Yet, if we go by the fact that the presidency has been in central Kenya or in the Gema region for over 30 years, then what have they benefited? So we need to move beyond that language. So the conclave that Baba is calling, that is called, I call it emotional management. They want to manage this thing so that they buy time and then they find a way of twisting it. Because number one, how are you going to settle on those 40 people? How are you going to settle on the agenda? And for all of us here, there's always a famous saying that if you want nothing done, take it to a committee. Because what it will be, it will be a place where people will be earning per diem, eating lunch, and then discussing other things. And then the committee will retreat to Sarova White Sands to write a report. And then just like the many reports that we've had in this country, it will land somewhere gathering dust because itapitwa na wakati. My rallying call to the young people is that we know what we want and we know what we don't want. Yeah? What we don't want is these career politicians. What we don't want are these people who have been in power since multipartyism started. Because since even some of them have been in politics even before some of us were born. Yet we are now politically conscious and they are still there. So what we need to do is to just get rid of them. And the first way the easiest way of getting rid of them is just ignoring them. Let's do our things. Let's organize ourselves. Yeah, we know what we need to do. Get voters cards, get IDs, talk the language that brings us together. Talk the language that informs everyone about the desire and the nation we want for our children and our grandchildren. Because I know many young people here, there are so many of us here who probably you cannot get married and you want to get married, but the economic, your pocket says no. There are some of us here who are married, but you can't have children because your pocket says no. There are some of us here who are thinking of, oh, I'm tired of living in this single room. I want to move to a bedsitter or to a one bedroom, but your pocket says no. Those are the things that, those are the things that are really, really, really collectively disturbing us. Not that Wanjiru is a Kikuyu and Japuonji is a Luo and Hillary is a Luya and that Nyokabeli is a Kisi. Those are not the things that are bothering us. The things that are bothering us are the way we want to improve our lives. Those are the things that are bothering us. And so if you want us to sit in a conclave because you politicians have messed up this country and yet you still want to be at the seat of the table, because who is going to lead that talk? Is it going to be the president? Or is it going to be Raila Odinga? Eh? Who are they going to nominate to lead that talk? Who is going to bail the cat? That's the biggest question. Yeah? Yeah. So it's nonsense. Above all, as I learned, Abdi, above all, we already have a great constitution. This document, the 2010 constitution, has never been fully implemented because the two people that have gotten into power after we approved this document were anti this document. Yeah. So all we need is a leader who will come in and say, Article 1 of the Constitution says this. Article 2 of the Constitution says this. Article 3, up to the last article, what does it say? Can we implement it to the latter? Then, once we start implementing it fully and the way it's supposed to work, then the things that don't work, then we can have a dialogue about the things that don't work in that Constitution, then we can change them. Otherwise, hakuna haja ya kuongea. Sisi tujipange, watu wakutane kwa debe, and then we will see who wins. That's it.
Thank you so much, Nyukabel, and we really appreciate that and your views. But you have called for young people or for the people. The action point is chukua kura, verify yourself that unaweza vote, and also think wisely. And I think, as Will said, I hear him that who next? Who should come? We need to think on that and also be ready to pick up this thing. Oh, Josephine. You'll be here for a while.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Very well.
Thank you. I salute everyone who has just spoken. And yes, first and foremost, I would want to thank everyone for taking this opportunity to deliberate on this at this pressure point of our nation, because it's very, very key. And I want to start first to say this. Actually, we cannot go and sit down with a person who has killed over 500 people in the last 1 year. Let's say that. So, if we cannot sit down with such a person, what can we deliberate about? Because hurriedly, actually, the people he has brought around him, he is hurriedly using them even now to advise him on what to tell us, while he told us last year that we cannot advise him. He had a PhD. Now he's being advised by the likes of Kinajo, so that he can start complaining. We had so and so in power, we had so and so in power, you had so and so in power, and you never complained. Fellow Kenyans, the truth is, even Laila coming in and pretending to call for dialogue, actually they realized we are not going to back down, and we are going to ensure that actually come 2022, hata yule nyanya wa mashinani atakuwa anajua ya kwamba Ruto astahili, Ruto ni muovu na anaenda nyumbani. And that's why Kasmuel is being sent here by Raila to come and tell us and convince us, which we are not going to accept.
Jocelyn, I think I don't cut you, but I think as pressure point team, I don't want to believe anybody is sent here. Number two, I want to believe, and number two, I want to believe that let us not divide our attention. You know, there are so many things that have been happening here to divert our attention. Juzi president alisema kwamba watu washutiwe miguu. Sahii sijui dialogue. Sahii watu walichange nayo ni Kinuthi and everything. Where are we heading to? Are we still in the same course as pressure point team? And that's what we want to hear. Are we still on the same way, the way we started, or we are now getting into their song? Are we the same people, or we are now different? Yes, Jocelyn.
Thank you. I withdraw that, but what I'm trying to say is very important. I want to say this. We have to keep our focus, and our focus is very clear and very categorical. If we will ever bed down to go for the dialogue and all these things, actually we will be betraying the many young people who have already been killed, because their voices will never be heard, and what we decided to go out there and fight for will not be attained. Because right now, actually, they are trying to look for a way to make sure that we actually buy time to 2027, so that when we go to the elections, people are confused and people think Ruto is the only person who can be elected again. So what I can say is that, can we keep our focus? No dialogue. Anybody who thinks that they can do something for this country, Ruto knows it very well, and it's very clear in his mind. He has decided, instead of reviving the factories which have been locked down in the country, which are supposed to give jobs to the young Kenyans, who are so many, over 75% who are jobless, he decided to continue actually issuing licenses to people to continue importing things instead of reviving our companies. So he knows what we want, he knows what we expect from him, but the other day he said it clearly. He cannot give jobs to the youth. Yet when he was campaigning, he kept on telling us that. And I remember here in Mombasa, in Mbaraki, we were there with him, and I raised the issues to him of reviving the factory so that they can absorb and employ as many youth as possible. But he pretended, and after that, he turned a deaf ear, and he continued allowing people to be licensed. Once you license a single entity to go and import, their company will only employ less than 50 people. And that 50 people will only be the people from his family. Maybe one person from his friends. So where will the rest of Kenyans go? Right now, as we are talking, I am shocked to see even our judiciary right now, corruption is coming back again. And we are here seated. We have to keep the focus. We have to keep people who can own up the integrity of our constitution, protect our constitution, and create anything that is required by the citizens of Kenya. And more so, personally, I believe once factories are revived and the people are employed, all these issues will be secondary. But as at now, the corruption is on its top gear because they are actually sourcing for money for campaigns. They are not actually interested in that. Remember, when you are being given 200, 500 shillings so that you can vote somebody, one thing you need to remember, it's very simple. That actually what you are doing, somebody has decided to make you a criminal so that he can rule you, and his children, he can pay way for his children to come and rule you, because they have just actually they have just bad-mouthed you to and turned you to a criminal. So, fellow Kenyans, can we remain on our focus? Okay. Can we stand firm and ensure that we don't allow anyone to make us look like we are bad while we are good, but you don't get the opportunity to grow and get the opportunity actually to get what we deserve as Kenyans.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Caswell, I want to give you a point, but I want you to answer this question, bro. We've seen you last year. You were championing the Gen Z movement, and people were supporting and everything. And in between, we are seeing that now you're supporting the people who didn't come on the board and were pushing these things. The question here is just simple, because we know your stand, you know that you're leading the DM youth leaders and everything. Do you still believe on where we started or where the movement started? Do you still believe on the course? And if you believe on that, what are the plans? What are the plans and the action points?
Thank you, Larry. I'll answer that and maybe 3 other pertinent questions that were asked. One, if I did not believe in what we are trying to do as a country, I would not be in this space. Sorry, Hillary, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought my mic was off. I was saying that if I did not believe in the work that the youth are doing for this country, I would not be in this space. And I said it because earlier somebody said, now I'm under Honorable Odinga, and I said that anyone who knows or has been close, because several speakers have spoken here and have said they've seen how the system works. You know that if you're close to Honorable Odinga, you have access to resources, you have access to a wide array of networks. Now, if I did not believe in this work, I would not need to do that, because the easy thing to do is just lean into those networks and disappear. Because I don't think there's a Kenyan who wakes up every single day being willing to be insulted every single day, to be misquoted, to be a subject of propaganda. So one, I still firmly believe in the work that we're trying to do. But I will tell you the thing that I do not believe in. I said, Hillary, you organized spaces last year. That was your contribution to the movement. You're still here. I participated in the spaces, and a lot of the people who I saw participating, people who've spoken very eloquently, we were all in those spaces last year. And we are still in these spaces this year. And I thank God. But we are still alive. We keep on saying that, let us push forward. But when people die, who sent them? We say that they have nothing to lose but their material conditions. And I agree. And we say that, okay, we do not want dialogue. But I'm saying, these people are being killed even in their homes. Last week we saw a young girl die. I'll not even dwell on that. I've seen women being taken off borders and raped. I will not dwell on that. The thing which I'm saying now is, we have the critical mass. And we have one thing we did not have last year: the influence of an influential politician who cannot be shot. I'm saying, the reason why I'm talking about this dialogue, and anyone who's heard me say it, I've said that, one, I've made myself abundantly clear that personally I will participate in the dialogue, and my reducible minimums are on areas to do with police brutality and justice for protesters. I can only speak for my generation. Then I'm hoping that somebody else who understands that audit better can do that, and all those other things. But the other thing I can say is, I could decide to join the comfortable side of the Orange Democratic Movement, which is the praise and worship side. That side has very little consequence. Then my life is not in danger. I'm not being hunted by the state. But I am still here saying that I had my sister, who's an amazing community mobilizer. We might have had differences, but I have to give it to her. Wanjira saying that what we need to do is to prepare for 2027. But by Jove, people are still gonna die. But she exists in a system which believes that the most important things we can make of women is tell them, angalia huyu, ebu angalia nyuma udansia, is showing people their behinds. That's what we believe women are good for in this political space that I am saying. That while the dialogue, I know we've had dialogues, but we as the young people have never gone to that table. That's one. But two, it gives us the power of institutionalism, where we can sit down and say, because people have argued that we've had a town hall meeting with Ruto, but we didn't write anything. That was a photo op. But if we say this is a process that could go, this is us invoking Article 1 with a political force that we know will not be shot in the leg. Honorable Odinga will not be shot in the leg by a police because his constituency cannot allow it, and the president, like I said, this government is surviving on his shoulders. I think, and I'm not. This is the hard thing to do. I could stay here in America and say that, oh, I want to do all these things. I want to make a shit ton of money. I want to get a higher education and just recline into private life. But I'm just asking that those who can, because if a national process is started, and the youth, because there will be youth who will be interested in that process, but it would be unfair if it is only the people, if it is the people you don't believe are supposed to be doing that process. If you do not rise up, because what we're doing now is dialogue. There are very many people who disagree with me here, but we are sitting down and saying, Apana, here, I don't agree with that point you've said. And I think we're being fairly respectful. Personally, I just think that there are those things, the 38 people who are sitting in cells. We could have that as an irreducible minimum, saying that we will not sit down if those people are not out. Cases 1 to 60 that are supposed to have been dragging since last year, if those are not prosecuted in 3 months, in 60 days or less, we will not sit down. We can have irreducible minimums before the process begins and say this is what it is. But us, we are the privileged ones. We are the ones with data and smartphones, and we can afford to live to see another day. But how long will the poor man's child be killed? Does the poor man's child have that insurance till 2027? Personally, I have it. Niseme haya. Now, I was not around. I could not be shot because I'm in America. A lot of the people speaking here are also in foreign countries. But what are we doing? Who's taking the accountability? Who's saying that today I led people to the streets and they were killed by the police? I cannot tolerate this. We keep on saying that we are this, we are that, But we are not. What are we doing for the poor man's child who keeps on dying, who keeps on being jailed and locked up? I'm not saying that dialogue is going to change the country's administration. The MPs are such a big problem, but I'm hearing everybody from across the divide. I even heard the Emeritus Chief Justice say that we will need to sit some sort of reprieve. I'm just saying, what if we sit down? Because the political class just wants an emotional population. Whether or not the emotion is good, as long as we are emotional, they can know what to do with the emotion. They can know what narratives to shape, what us versus them narratives. But when we sit down, we can say that on this particular day, we sat down as the young people. It's just like people, you've seen them deny. People, we've seen photos and videos and audios of corruptions, of shootings, of whatever, but people still say it's hearsay. Personally, I believe this can be achieved. As we organize for 2027, we are saying that, oh, we feel like dialogue is emotional management. But what are we? Because we are dying. Is death better than sitting down and saying, do not kill us? Because personally, I have never been in such a table. Now I have the rare opportunity to sit down and to stand and be counted. And I think it is not an unfair proposal where 50% of the conclave will be young people. Then the other 50 distributed across, because I've heard another person say that civil societies should also be included, the church, but that's exactly what the conclave is suggesting. So if we sit down, I'm just saying, if the best minds can sit down, ensure everyone puts their best foot forward and say that we will fight for justice in this country, we will do whatever it is that it takes. But us sitting down, dialing in from foreign countries, we know we have security and those kinds of things. Who's fighting for the poor man? Apart from leading the poor man to their constant death, what are we doing as citizens to keep them alive? Because already we know we can go for protest. And who says that if the dialogues are not satisfactory to us, that we cannot go to the streets? Because we've shown that we can do that. Why can't we use this unique opportunity where we have the masses and a critical mass, and we have this insurance that we know the government, as rogue as it is, we know it will not shoot this person. The same way it is resting. Yes.
Yeah. So my question is it time to stop inventing new dialogues and manufactured conclaves, instead demand the full, faithful implementation of our constitution and existing reforms and blueprints like the Momas draft, the TGRC report, the Dungu report, all these?
Yes.
Do you think push for a dialogue is genuine or just a strategy?
I am with you 100%, Abdi, that these things need to be implemented. And we can even say, before a dialogue happens, we need to see the implementation of these things. But I need to remind you that the Emeritus Chief Justice declared these parliaments unconstitutional. We even have a court ruling at the apex court saying that a parliament that does not honor the two-third rules is an illegal parliament. But we still have this parliament running. We still have these MPs. They're the ones who are shitting in our faces, saying that apana, piga risasi uweue, piga risasi sijui ufanye hivi. It's still those same people. And then what are we doing waiting till 2027? Why can't we do? Because I believe it's a time to do right by the country, not what's popular. For me, that's what I'm saying. I might be unpopular, but this thing, if we leave it in the wrong hands again, people will reap where they did not sow again.
I hear you, bro.
That's quick. So, Samuel, why has ODM become the praise and worship choir of the regime that continues to brutalize its people, betray reforms, and ignores the cry of the youth? Where is the voice of resistance they once claimed to embody? Or is it, it's always a transactional? Now, do they have a seat at the table? The people can bleed in silence. What do you think? Why don't they just bolt out of this pact, if at all the 10-point agenda of the MOU even cannot be met remotely?
Abdi, I'll tell you the truth. There are people who are in ODM because it was the most convenient vehicle to power. They don't believe in these rights. And you see the party. There are people who keep on speaking on behalf of the people. There are people who keep speaking on behalf of the regime. And ODM is such a big animal that even I do not fully understand it. But I'm telling you that I believe in this thing. And Honorable Odinga also believes in it. It's possible. It's very, very possible for us to get these results that we desire. I might not speak for the whole party, but there's quite a couple of rotten members, and it's hard. I can't answer. I'm just telling you that you know the way it works in this country. Even me imenishinda, but naweza fanya, ninafanya.
Nakuelewa. Asante sana, bro. Thank you for coming. And I think we might agree or we must disagree, but always as pressure point, we welcome everybody on our board because we want to hear both sides. If you say that we don't need this person here, you are not right because we need everybody. We need to, even as we are dialogue and we have a consensus and a way forward. So as pressure point team, we need that openness whereby we dialogue with anybody. And now that one make us get make us get what other people think also. But when we want to think the way we think only, then we will not have another thought of how to look at things. Japuonj then Jojo Uda and Constitutor. Hey, Constitutor, you've been here for a while. Ulipewa mic na ukapotea, lakini ukateta sana. Japuonj, go ahead. In the next 2
Thank you,
minutes,
Hillary.
Constitutor, then
Thank you.
Uda, then
Hey,
Wanjiru.
Hillary, give me 4 minutes, please. Anyway, thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Abdi, and Samuel Ametoroka. Anyway, Hillary, I think Samuel said that he does not hold brief for ODM. He does not even hold brief for Raila. He only hold brief for himself. So technically speaking, there's nothing he can do. So even if we ask him all these questions, nothing can happen. Even Raila himself does not hold brief for Ruto. Let's be honest here. He does not hold brief for Ruto. Ruto is his own person with 17 advisors, which he himself advises on how to advise him. So I think we need to draw that line because this guy, you can ask him anything for fun, but as he said, he just calls Raila and tells him, and he says that Raila already knows what is it that he wants to tell him. So on that note, let me say this. Ruto has called the Riots Act, and Raila is calling for dialogue. So which way, Gen Z? See, when Kasmuel is saying that he is sure that he will be on the table for dialogue, does that mean that he already has a list out? Which criteria was used? You know, these are things that I'm asking myself. You're already saying that he will be on the table for that dialogue, and he's saying is the first time he'll be on the table representing who? Gen Z? I don't understand. Anyway, that's his own. That's what I'm saying. Kasmuel is holding brief for himself. You know, if I think we have the power here, Hillary, to have brief with Raila himself and Ruto and understand from the horse's mouth. We don't want someone to talk on our behalf. You know, huh? The other thing is, who has the absolute power here? Yes, Raila has influence, but the buck stops with the president. What is this pride that is preventing the president from coming out bila kuuse proxies, bila these proxies? Do we actually qualify to address Kasongo directly? Ama we are of the lesser gods? Because the way it seems, it's like Raila is the one pushing for this dialogue and Ruto himself is calling on the Riots Act, you know, huh? What is his take on the dialogue? Kasongo himself. We ukimuuliza anasemaje? That is what we need. Is he even pro-dialogue? Is it
And
out
the
of
point, that's
goodwill?
why I was saying that all these things, I think we are losing focus. And we're just
Yes.
waiting what people are saying, then we build on that, which is, to me, I think is not right. What is the state of the nation? We know what is happening. So, no, what is our way forward? I think if we talk there and we put our conversation there, then we'll have a meaningful conversation and action plans and what we're doing. But when we're discussing what these people are saying, then no need of even coming here. Then it is good for us to just listen to the TV and doing things. I think that what is the action point? Let us not talk about a dialogue. Let us not. I don't think so. I just think that we need to focus of, are we still on the course, or now we want to join political parties and move on as usual?
Yeah, thank you,
Finish your conversation.
thank you, Hillary. Yeah, thank you for bringing back on point. So Hillary, for me personally, I will say that there is no need for dialogue. 19 years, 26 dialogues, TGRC, name them all. They have all failed because they serve the elite interest. The outcome is the persistent non-trust with sentiments. You know, there is nothing that those 26 dialogues have done for 19 years. So what makes us think that this time it will be right? So the solutions are very easy. Number one, I call out for all Gen Zs to take up the ID and the voters card. IEBC is functional. We have almost, I think, 12 to 15, I don't know the exact number, vacancies available in IBC. Let's use that as a test. Let's not discuss about dialogues that will not happen. And the person we need to dialogue with is not even concerned. And they tell you, I don't know about it. It's Raila who called the dialogue. I know how this system works politically. It's a blame game. So let's talk about action plan, take ID, prepare for, for the voters card and the voting, and let's have a structural plan. Hillary, I've been on the upfront talking about structural format of the Gen Z, but there has been a lot of divides, left, right, and center. They don't even agree to come together. There is no unity of purpose for Gen Z. I call it here without fear of contradiction. They are not ready to come together as one. They keep blaming each other, right, left, and center, and the accusations of being bought in government. And that is what I know for now.
Thank you,
Thank you so
sir.
much, Hilary. I will not take
Yeah,
much time.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Constitutor, go ahead. And then go George, then Wanjiru.
Thank you,
2 minutes.
Hilary. I know I've waited for so long, but thank you, at least for at long last.
No, give your point, bro. Just give your point.
Let
Yes.
me give my point. Us as Kenya, let me take collective responsibility. We have lost it because when you see a national leader going to another country like US, speaking in Kikuyu language, seriously, and it's a key figure in a national leader, we have lost it. Suppose somebody, when we are outside, we are Kenyans. You do not know our tribes. You do not know our tribes, sincere, to be sincere. Then you get somebody organizing a tribal concert in US. Seriously, you have lost it. Second, I like to say the truth and state the truth. Us as Gen Z, we lost it long time ago. The means of communication, it's well stated even in our constitution. Dialogue, it is not in our constitution. But there is an email of presidency in the website of presidency. There's phone number of presidency. Whoever thinks that president is not doing good, do not wait for Raila Odinga every time we keep on saying that Raila Odinga has done this, has not done this. Raila Odinga is like your grandfather at home, who is 80 years. You have the email of president called feedback@president.go.ke. Send your feedback, send your concern there. Do not talk about Raila Odinga. Let somebody, do not talk about Raila Odinga here. Raila Odinga has said this, Raila Odinga has said this. You have the email of president, you can send your grievances there. Presidency is 5 years term, and you can recall him, you know the system very well. Collect the signature, recall your president. Thank you.
Thank you, Constitutor. George Uda.
Thank you, Hilary. Thank you, Abdi. And thank you, everyone. I'll be brief. And the thing is, somebody's talking about Gen Zs being divided and not coming to the Gen Zs are simply following up on their leaders. And their leaders, I don't mean political leaders or anybody. I mean the adults in the room called Kenya. We have bad manners. We don't expect anyone following us to have good manners. I start by that. Secondly, Hillary, I think we need to be honest with ourselves. In the eve of elections in Kenya, Raila was on the opposite direction. Everybody making noise here in this space, plus a big chunk of Kenya, possibly 3/4 of Kenya making noise, was on the opposite side of where Raila was. Today, millions are calling one name, Raila. When a few years ago, that Raila was on the other side, standing up and telling people, I'm here, I'm an option. And he was refused. The man has been in the ballot 5 times. He failed. He wasn't elected. Today, it is Raila. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because this is where we lose the war. This is where we lose the focus. Somebody saying we are losing a focus as a country going to speak one language. That's not wrong. There is nothing wrong about our tribes. We are demonizing our culture. There's nothing wrong in that. Do you know what is wrong? What is wrong is every minute we spend debating Raila is a minute we lose from fighting corruption. Every space we use to discuss his past is a space stolen from our future. That man is 80 years old, for heaven's sake. And by the way, every generation plays its part. That man and the likes of Paul Mwite, Gitobu Manyara played their part. They gave you the baton. The question is, what are you doing with the baton? And we also forget, growth is not betrayal. Stop calling something betrayal. The man has grown, is too big for whatever he did 20, 30, 10 years ago. And a revolution that does not allow people to evolve becomes a dictatorship of ideology. That is why when people speak here, they speak with a lot of anger and they forget they're becoming dictators. The man has evolved. Leave the man alone. What you need to do is to, if the man talks about a conclave, Raila has talked, Ruto has not said anything. The rest of everybody has not said, and why is it a bother? Is he going to force everybody on the table to have a conclave? We are losing the point. Discussing a man alone, one man. And yet, there are 21 cabinet secretaries seated pretty well in the government. Why are we not talking about them? There are 42 principal secretaries seated pretty well in the government from our backsides. We know them. We live with them. Why are we not asking them why they are still in the government? They are there seated, drawing huge salaries every month. That is the government. They're our uncles. We don't talk about it because they give us, we benefit from them. And we look for the simplest way. The first thing this country needs to do as I land, the 8 million people who chose Ruto must first of all apologize. They shouldn't be the ones who are bleeding more on the people who didn't choose Ruto. Apologize to the country first, then the dialogue can start from there. You can't change the roles and want people to just move easily like that because you're the majority. No. What have you done on the part of what you did? The Gen Zs are told they don't vote much. These people have shown you they can do it. But the majority of adults are misleading them, are calling them names. The next election is going to be different. And that's why I agree while I learn. It is good for the Gen Zs to take IDs. This time around, Gen Zs go sit in after you cast your vote, guard your vote there. Wait for it to be counted. It will count. Show them the difference between talking and doing. The people are talking too much from the point of anger because something they expected didn't happen. Ruto promised people so much. He didn't deliver. Those people he promised are the ones who are bleeding so much and they're misleading people in some of the things they're saying. I yield.
Thank you so much. I think you give a way forward that Gen Z, it is high time take these states and also take action points. And that's the plan. When we talk about these people, they play their role. And when we dwell on them, then we lose focus. And that's my point always. Saying that now we are calling ourselves names, we are calling people are rebranding themselves. Is this the point that we were in before? Or we are missing the mark? Just the question that should be on our mind. Young people, it is our time. And also, last time you didn't vote, Focus on that. Let us vote. Let us have voting card. Let us verify our voters and let us bring change. When we need change, even the system to change, we cannot change this thing if we are not inside. When we are outside, then we'll be just noise makers. We'll come to the spaces making noise, but there's no action plan. Wanjiru.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hilary. Unachukua literally 1 minute. I just want to say I don't want us to entertain that dialogue thing. It's not something we should be entertaining at the high time where we are saying Ruto should actually go home. Putting a dialogue right now and talking about Conclave, we should be in the inside. These are discussions where we are buying Ruto time to kill us more. Let's not entertain dialogue. Let's keep on pushing our MP, recalling our MPs to impeach Ruto to go home. So my point is Ruto must go. My point is our biggest and greatest enemy of this country is William Samoei Ruto and his government and the bad governance that he has. If the government was working for us, we wouldn't be here talking about dialogue this, killing that, buying wheelchair there. We would be having a nation which is working for literally everybody else. So my point tonight is Ruto must go. Let's keep that back in our mind, that the genesis of all this that started way back last year was Ruto. How can we actually make him go? One of our action planners, Hillary, keeps saying, let's recall our MPs. We start with Esther Passaris, we go to Kimani Ichung'wah, we go to another one. After we are done, after you even impeach 3 MPs or 4, we have to take our power back. They realize, by the way, hawa watu wanaweza tu impeach na tuende nyumbani. We've pushed those MPs to impeaching Ruto. Because until when will we continue crying our kids are getting killed, wanaitwa terrorists, wanafungwa. Others are taking advantage to even rise to political power using us. Hatutatutumika, vijana tusitumike, msitumike tafadhali. Ati now you start discussing characters here. Hapana, msijaribu kutumika to speak about characters, to speak about issues that don't matter, to speak about na sasa Ruto akienda nani next? Ruto akienda nani next, hiyo swali tutajibu baadaye, because saizi when you start asking who what next after Ruto goes, now we have to start preparing. You're buying time for Ruto. You're buying time for Ruto to continue. Now we'll have another space. Who next? Who next? Who next? You start buying time for us to be killed. You start buying time for us to be taxed. You start buying time for us to go to hell. You start buying time for everything wrong. So Ruto must go. And thank you, Hillary.
Thank you so much, Wanjiru. Thank you so much, Steve. Steve, 2 minutes.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Hillary. And thank you for those who made contribution tonight. What I wanted to point out is that hii ni serikali ambayo tumekuja kujua ni serikali ya vipindi, serikali ya psyops and propaganda. That's what they do. And this particular one, if you can't see through it, I saw people talking about the Nelson Koech one, that he said that Ruto amesema, shoot the leg, mimi nasema shoot to kill. You guys should have seen through that. That was just a red herring to make watu get the more outrageous things so that people now react towards him. Was what Ruto said. That was planned. Akaambiwa ende ongea the next day. You could see even the way he was talking about it vehemently, demonstratively, almost overacting. Now people got they hooked it line and sinker, and they went after the MP. Wakasau what Ruto had said, which was the original crime. So tusikue watu wakuchase after these things. So what I would like to say is this. Now, sisi millennials, mimi I'm a millennial, and our Gen X, tusianze kulaumu Gen Z for what they've done. These guys already have demonstrated that politics can be handled by the common person. All along tumekuwa tukifuata our political leaders, that when they sit at the table and they make decisions, tunafuata what they say. But Gen Z have come wakaambia Raila kaa kando. Who could have said that? That was genius. I mean, kama ingekuwa millennials na Gen X walikuwa hiyo protest ya last year, tungeenda tena tutafute Raila, tumleta tuseme Raila, speak on our behalf, because that's what we're used to. Lakini Gen Z wakuja wakasema kaa kando, we can speak for ourselves. That is the most liberating thing that has happened in politics in Kenya. So that's why we are on this express tonight without a politician. because we know that we can actually do something that can affect how our politics runs. So what should we do then? I don't blame Gen Z. Let us see how we Gen X, we millennials can actually start bringing that organization that we see is lacking in the movement. Because Gen Z, hawana shida, wamesema we can say it's Gen zote, wamekubali. So what have we done? Are we still blaming them for lack of organization? We should be there as adults in the room. We should come together and try to bring some form of order that can help us be able to root out Ruto in 2027. About the conversation with Ruto, I'm a no to that. We're not going to sit down and speak to someone who does not respect the constitution. So you think that if he does not respect the constitution, he's going to respect some MOU that you draft on a table with him? If he has not respected the 10-point agenda, your ODM, that is just barely 6 months old, is he now going to respect a newly formed another 10-point agenda, discussing the same things over and over again? How can you as sheep sit down with on the table of a fisi, of a hyena, to discuss about your welfare? This guy has proven that he does not care. He does not care a hoot about the constitution. He does not value human life. He does not care about human life. And there is someone you want to sit on a table who tells you that you can kwa hiyo negotiation table, you inject properly, the way I'm doing right now, utafika home safe. Because abductions are still going on, killings are still, utaenda huko inject, hata utafika nyumbani. And then you say you want to negotiate with such a person because he does not respect human life. And he has shown that over and over again. And so we have to stay out. I saw Kasman Lea amekuwa akiongea about, he's on his way to see the Pharaoh. And he's telling us, amepitia kwa where we are, sisi long-suffering people, Israelites wenye tuko kwa macamps, amekuja kutuambia, guys, I'm on the way to see the Pharaoh, and I just want your blessings. That's what it basically came to do in this forum tonight. Na amepata tukimwambia, no, we have seen you before shaking the bloody hands of that Pharaoh, and you're almost, bending before him. We know you cannot trust you to go and speak on our behalf. Na tumemkataza. And so he got off the space. Guys, there's no negotiation with the Pharaoh that we're going to do apart from saying, let my people go. We are leaving, whether you like it or not. And that is the kind of spirit we need to have. Now, you can see what he's doing. They're trying to hold this conversation in this year, 2025, August, so that, and for those of you who doubt it's going to happen, I tell you what, he's going to bulldoze through it. What he's trying to do is to make sure that we don't cross into next year without an adequate sort of dialogue that sort of controls the political temperatures so that we get closer to 2027, knowing that the closer we get to 2027, the more likely people are going to resume street protest. So it's just buying time, basically, and we can see through it. But in terms of organization, I would say, let us organize, let us work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Steve, for your contribution. But guys, I usually say that when you say something, let us stick to that and be a principled person, and also be a conscious. Sometimes we act on emotions, and that's why we make wrong decision. I think Jojo does say something that I would like to echo also, that sometimes even voting, we vote with emotions, and when we do that, then we lose it. And when we see the problem, we start blaming ourselves, start blaming people. But that is not the point. The point here is we have seen what is wrong. We need to go to the right direction. So we not need to even dwell on the things that is happening across and everything, because you're seeing this thing all the time. Tomorrow we will hear other things coming in. Sijui nini, cousins. These are the things that kasikia watu wengine wanajiita cousin. Kwani hatukuwa cousin before? And these are the things that they bring to us and get into our heads, and then we start losing the focus. Dr. Idris, I want to give you exactly 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Hillary. And thank you, other people. Let me go straight to the point that Kenya does not need, that Kenya needs a political evolution, but not deception. Kenya right now is at a turning point, and the youths have awakened, are no longer willing to be manipulated. The so-called the national conclave, I think it is just something to mislead us, because these people, they're trying to manipulate us using the old narrative and using the old political tactics. To me, I don't agree with the national dialogue or the national conclave, because we have seen those conclave before and nothing has bear fruits. What we need right now is a political evolution a break from the past and not a remix of it. So on the point of the state of the nation, one thing I myself, I am thinking about is it is a high time as agencies, as the millennials, and the rest of the members of this country to think about the future of this country because we have been there before. This is a government that does not care about its citizens. This is a government that does not care about the future of this country. Raila Odinga had been in various governments, starting from Moi up to this one. So we need, this country need what we call political evolution. We need to shed the old skin and adapt the new skin. We need to leave these old politicians because these are the people who had been dragging us back. So it is my plea to us, the Gen Zs, the millennials, and all other Kenyans. Let's focus on one thing. Kasongo must go. In order for
Thank you.
us to make sure that Kasongo must go, let's take our ID, let's take our electoral card. Thank you. I yield.
Hillary, are you speaking?
Tabi nasikia Idris.
Idris dropped.
Yes, I can hear. No,
Okay.
Idris amedrop.
General China, 1 minute, then Beatrice, then Budangori, then Dronyo.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm very clear. So, the future of this nation cannot depend on dialogue. So, the conclave dialogue, we have seen how it has been structured, how the people have been called. So, we young people, we single ourselves from that conclave dialogue. You can just engage the clergy and the elderly that will be able to attend that, the so-called dialogue. We are not after that. Thus, we are after changing this government. And I'm seeing so much people, very many people are against us, saying that the way we are doing our stuff whatsoever, with us, we don't like long processes. Like you tell us, this one will take these months, this one will take 2 years, this one, we like things that are going faster. That is why we always think of the simplest way of sending this guy home.
China, what is happening? Man. Beatrice, go ahead.
Thank you, Hillary. I want to throw in a spanner. I know here we've talked about dialogues, we've talked about root of things, about politicians and all that. But I would like to say that the reason where we are right now was predicted by a philosopher called Socrates when he talked about democracy. Yeah, where he says one of the fears he had about democracy is demagogues arising and manipulating the people, and majority of the people lacking wisdom on how to go about politics, end up just voting, through populism. And then we see in the late 19th century, around to the early 20th century, so nationalism, those socialism coming up. But majority of the time, it was more of popularism. So people who had virtues or who are thinkers were not actually, they were slowly swallowed down the line. They could not come up to participate in most of this politics. And those who are popular were the ones who are voted. So in the modern day Kenya, that is what we are struggling with. And that's why we keep insisting we have a political and an economic problem. But because we have already embraced democracy, what we need to ask ourselves is how do we go around the fear Socrates had and ensure that the people we put into power are people who are knowledgeable and they have virtues. In essence, what am I saying? I want to challenge each and every one of us. We need to be a thinking nation. We need to move away from politicians who give us tokens. Those ones who just promise us, I'll put for you a Catholic, I'll put for you roads, I'll put for you for a hospital. Those tokens, those like goodies. Like we are like waiting, we are stretching our hands, waiting for politicians to trickle down all these goodies upon us. And this is what has brought this problem. So the competition comes, whoever speaks, big goodies, like the way William Ruto came and lied to us. I'll give free Wi-Fi, diapers will be, pads will be, those are goodies. And here, Kenya, majority of the Kenyans went and decided to vote in that, and look where we are at. So now we need to shift our level of our thinking. Now, when someone comes and tells us, I'm going to digitize this country, they need to tell us how, so that we can know what is the thinking capacity of this. When somebody says, I'm going to ensure there'll be 1 million SMEs happening in this country, they need to tell us how, in terms of regulations, in terms of policies, what are you going to do? Not just telling us 100 SMEs, I'm going to create 1 million jobs, I'm going to, and then you come and tell us through housing levy, or through building of houses. So how sustainable is that? So we need to start challenging each and every one of us. So I've had people here saying we're going to recall MPs. That's a good thing, and impeachment. Then ensure the people you replace them are thinking people who have a broad vision. Because let me tell you, the art of thinking is a difficult one, and most people do not like engaging. Like today we saw in Roiro, I think it was the deputy president and an MP. They went to give, they called it empowerment, and they went with border, went with those machines, tractors, and all that. But you see, the people that were going to award those empowerment schools, the portion mills, and all those things, they had pre-selected these individuals to attend that event. But shock on them, the youth came and created chaos in that place and took away all those things they were calling for empowerment. So that if this is PR, today the youth told them, "Amtafanya PR na sisi. We are going to take these things away." But let me ask you, so if that individual has taken that or that portion, then what? Because that's a goodie, then what? What happens next? So how does that solve their problem in the long run? So I think where we are at, for me, my suggestion is that once we decide to go in a certain direction, each and every individual of us, you could be there in the US, you could be there in the boardroom, you could be wherever. Can we start doing what we call the thinking bit? And then moving forward, we need to sensitize the populace, because we already here, as Socrates had prophesied. But now we need to start challenging people. So when they tell you nitaleta maji hapa, which philosophy is that person going to apply to ensure that water will be here with us, but also in the long run going to be for generations to come? When someone comes and says, I'm going to ensure there will be free education or free university education, what is the philosophy guiding that individual to ensure what is backing them? Are they looking at the tenders they are going to give the individuals? Yeah, today I had like someone like Miguna saying the reason why he supported William Ruto is so that he can come back to Kenya, because that's the only way he could have come back to Kenya, because he supported Raila Hangawai Ruto Kenya. So in essence, he supported that guy so that he can come back to Kenya. You see, some of these things we actually argue, and you look at, so for you voted for Ruto for self-preservation. So, and these are the thinking minds we are expecting in this country. So I'm challenging us, let's now move into a thinking nation. Anybody who desires to be that leader, anybody who desires to lead a nation or lead a group, even leading a corporation or even leading a parastatal, so that when we get these politicians or these MPs, when they vet these people, like someone is voted in or suggested to be the chairman of a certain parastatal, when he comes on board, we should ask hard questions, forcing this person to think on how are you going to ensure this parastatal does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That can only happen if we vote in MPs who are actually thinkers. So that was the challenge I wanted to pose us as we continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I think people, you should stick to the state of the nation. Today I've just listened to people. We're just sijui nini imeitwa, sijui nini, and that's why we lose focus. I think the focus is state of the nation, and the state of the nation. I think you, Beatrice, for thinking that we need to think of the state of the nation, not individuals, and that's where we live. We leave the impact, and then watu watakuja hapa tunakosa hakuna job. There's no job anywhere, so it will take us time. Budangori, 2 minutes. I mean 2 minutes.
Hillary, thank you for this opportunity, and I'm glad that you've created an environment in which people have been able to speak freely and share their beliefs. And for once, I just want to be a devil's advocate. So even if somebody will lynch me later, then so be it. But the question I really want to ask, because sometimes I remember there was a time I went to a barber shop and there were two police officers who were talking about Ruto must go. And I asked this, I just stayed quiet for some time when they were talking about Ruto must go. And then later on, I asked them, why are you saying that Ruto must go? And they told me because he's corrupt. And these are the police officers that have followed for quite some time. And I know their records when it comes to corruption. And so I asked them, is there anybody in this room who is not corrupt? Let's start with us. Is there anybody in this room? Let's say we are stoning Ruto right now. Who can say yes? I'm I'm not corrupt, so I'm the first person to cast the stone. And that question was not answered. People ended up laughing, wondering how it was possible for me to ask a police officer such questions. And I'm coming back to something more interesting because then somebody tells you, you know, Ruto is a liar. And then I ask myself, some of the people who are actually talking about Ruto being a liar actually believes in Wamunyoro, who is also a pathological liar. And then I ask myself, are these people really serious when they are talking about change? You know, in Kenya, we don't want change. What we want is to be on the right side of things. The change we are only talking about change depending on whether we are on the side that things are or we are not, or we are on the wrong side. This is what we mean because Nani, calm down, forget about social media, calm down and listen to young people out here, the so-called Gen Zs. They are tribal. They will tell you, oh, I'm behind Wamnyoro, I'm behind Babu. And if you look at them, most of their choices are purely based on their tribe. And somebody will tell you, Mimi, if it's not Nami, let me tell you, let us go back to one critical thing that is causing problem in Kenya. There's a problem between Luos and the Kikuyus. If we truly want change, let's put these two tribes outside of hii uchaguzi inakuja so that we don't have a situation where you tell us, okay, either it's going to Matiang'i, then when Wamunyoro has to be the deputy president because they have the numbers, or if it is somebody from Meru, then Jaluo has to be the deputy because they have the numbers. There is a problem, all the problem that we face as a nation
Budangori, 30 seconds.
inatokana kwa kabila mbili, Luos and Kikuyus. Forget about kizungu mingi tunajaribu kuambiwa hapa, oh, change. There's nobody who wants change because you've been asking them again and again, what are the action points? Nobody telling you that you ask what is the way forward. Nobody is telling you that. All they're telling you, Ruto must go. You see, that is not a solution. So the problem is this. If you want Kenya to change, let's just put Luos. I'm a Luo. Of course, I'm a proud Luo. But let's put just Luos and Kikuyu aside. 2027.
And that's the problem. That's the problem, Budangori, because you are taking us back, and that's what I will not allow. People are talking this. No. Go ahead, Ronyo. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Hillary, for the time. Hillary, you're saying very well. I think we are wasting a lot of time concentrating on who is who, and we are losing the focus. We were waiting for the IBC to be reconstituted, and we should use it as a litmus paper by recalling them. Someone should not tell us that it's not possible. And again, whether Raila says whatever he wants to say, whether Munyoro says whatever he wants to say, we should not lose the focus, because all these things about who is right, who is not right, we are united. Let those people who are saying that we are not united, let them go to whatever they want. But we are united, and our focus is to restore the dignity of our country. And we should not be intimidated, or we should not be led astray by anybody else. So we are united, and that's the narrative they are trying to sell, is the narrative of tribalism. They are seeing it's not working. They are selling the tribal. They tried the religion side, it's not working. Now they tried the poverty side, it's not working. Now they are trying the fear side, it will not work. So let's stay united and stay focused. And let's not delay in pushing for good governance. Thank you so much, Hilary.
Thank you so much. Let's talk. Tabby.
Thank you very much. We have a lot of people who have not yet taken the mic, but maybe just to add on what Hillary is calling, let's give the way forward, because I think this back and forth, we are not getting anywhere. We're not getting ahead. So what we need is I see people calling for dialogue. Dialogue about what? For what? For who? So because we have IBC in place, and what we need right now is what we've been calling. I think a number of us have been calling for what? For impeachment, to recall our MPs, those who do not listen to our voices, those who do not represent our wishes. How do we recall them? That is what we should be working on. What is the procedure to recall an MP? That is what we should be discussing, not about the impossibilities. Because if we wait for 2027, the people who are agitating are the minority in terms of the voting bloc. Our mothers, the ones who have the voting cards, they are the ones that are going to be aligned according to to tribal lines, and they will fall for, I don't know, the Munyoro, Matiangi, and the Railas. So we do not have hope for 2027. If we wait for 2027, Ruto will come back again, because again, the people who have the voice to speak out, who see the reality of life, are the Gen Zs. These are the minority in terms of the voting bloc. So 2027, we do not have faith with it. I do not have faith for 2027. 2027, Ruto has a chance of coming back, because the people who are making noise are not the majority in terms of the voting bloc. Gen Z do not have IDs. I mean, they do not have IDs, and their voting cards will be delayed. So that is not a solution. 2027 is not a solution. The only solution we have right now is the voice that we had in June 2024. The same voice that we had when we shut down the finance bill. That's the same voice that you can still use to recall our MPs. That's the same voice you can use even to throw Ruto out of government. The way forward, I think the constitution stipulates on, because Ruto can also resign on his own volition. Si lazima akuwe impeached, anaweza jitoa. So kwani kutakuwa na vacant, because I don't know watu wanashindwa, kutakuwa aje when Ruto resign, ama tukimtoa, what happens? Is it the military? I think the constitution has a way forward on how how we can go forward. So I think we can continue to listen to other speakers. Nani hajaongea? I have not had
Yeah, let us give Abdi. Abdi, and let's just
Oh, Abdi here. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. We can do the closing statements. I think, Hillary, I absolutely agree.
Just do that. Do that. We've been here for more than 4 hours.
Yeah, there is a conditional means like impeachment, a recall, or public pressure. There is a constitutional path to remove an MP or a sitting president. I think let's focus our energy on these legal and structural tools. If we want accountability, we must use the mechanism already in the constitution to reclaim power from those who abuse it. I think the people hold power, but it must be organized, lawful, and relentless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdi. Us on Sunday at 7 p.m. May God bless you. Have a blessed night, guys. Thank you so much. Bye.